Strategy, Rachel Lead, Deputy Director Transit, presenting.
COVID-19 response and recovery to date. As you know, like transit agencies all over the world, CITYBUS has experienced significant impacts from the pandemic. In this study session, we'll be reviewing those impacts, our current status, as well as providing an overview of our proposed approach to recovery of the transit system so we can continue to restore the services that so many thousands of Santa Rosa residents depend on. Also joining me today are Matt Wilcox and Yuri Kozlin, our transit planners. They'll be available for any questions I may need assistance with during the study session. And we can go ahead and move to the first slide. So the topics today we plan to cover include our response to date, current operational status of our services, including service levels, our health and safety practices, and current ridership. I'm going to touch on some coordinated regional efforts for recovery of the network, the transit network in the Bay Area. There's going to be a lot more discussion of those efforts in the next few months, but I at least want to let you know what's going on. I'll touch on our short-term financial outlook. We'll be coming back in September as part of the larger budget presentation to provide more details. So it'll be high level today, but to give you an idea of how things look for fiscal 2021. And then I'll review our proposed planning framework for restoration of services. I also want to note that we plan to return to Council at a future meeting to discuss fare policy specifically, recognizing that so many of our riders have been severely economically affected by the pandemic and that fare policy can play a role in the community's economic recovery. So we'll be bringing a suite of proposed discount and fare-free programs for the Council's consideration. Next slide, please. So I'll jump right into a current operational overview. This is going to be a little bit of a grab bag of our current operational status, ridership, our health and safety practices, and our ridership outlook. So I'll jump right in. Next slide, please. So there's been one update since these slides went to press for the current operational status for CITYBUS. Our ridership continues to tick up gradually. Right now, we're at about 37% of our regular pre-pandemic weekday ridership. We've restored 58% of our regular weekday service hours. As you all know, fare collection was suspended in mid-March as a social distancing strategy, and we have been operating with rear door boarding only, other than for folks who need the front door of the bus to use the ramp and the wheelchair securement positions. Face coverings are required for all employees and all riders. And we've been continuing to monitor the loads on our buses, and we've been continuing to add frequency or dispatch vehicles to help maintain physical distancing on board the buses as ridership has recovered. Next slide, please. For Santa Rosa Paratransit, we're also at about 40% of our regular pre-pandemic ridership. A lot of the day programs and services that our regular paratransit riders use are not currently in operation for in-person services. So we anticipate that number may stay somewhat low for a while. Paratransit fares were also suspended in mid-March. We're operating with reduced onboard capacity on paratransit as well for social distancing. Face coverings are also required on paratransit. And we've been using some of the excess capacity in the paratransit fleet to meet other needs since we have vehicles available. One thing we've been doing since April is using excess capacity on the paratransit system to fill gaps in the fixed route network where a few routes are not operating. We're offering the public free access, the general public free access to paratransit service to make trips they're unable to make on the fixed route service that they would have been able to make before the pandemic. The paratransit system has also assisted with some community needs such as meal delivery during the pandemic. Next slide, please. Just to give you a little historical perspective on where ridership is today, this chart shows year-over-year ridership. The green line is fiscal 18-19 monthly ridership. The blue line is fiscal 19-20. We started fiscal 19 really strong with the exception of October and November when we had impacts from the Kincaid fire. We were on track to be about 5% up year over year for ridership, and that's on top of a 2.5% year over year increase the previous year. As you can see, not surprisingly, we hit a big cliff in March, and ridership has decreased quite significantly. It's starting to rebound now gradually, and I'll talk a little bit more more about that in upcoming slides. But you can see that the ridership impact has been severe and significant, and mirrors really the experience of all of our partner Bay Area transit operators. Next slide, please. This just shows a little finer grain of week-to-week ridership beginning in March through July. You can see here in beginning of March, we were serving about 35,000 passenger trips a week. You can see the decline happened very steeply as the first shelter-in-place order went into effect. We reached our lowest point in mid-April when the most strict shelter-in-place orders were in effect, and we also had our lowest service level at that point in time. On June 1st, we had been operating before June 1st between April and June on essentially a Sunday service level, our lowest service level system-wide. We jumped back up to a Saturday level service on June 1st. Our ridership doubled as soon as we did that. I think there was a lot of unmet need even at that very strict point in the shelter-in-place orders. Since then, ridership continues to gradually tick upward. We're serving about 12,300 trips a week at this point. Next slide, please. Paratransit ridership follows a very similar pattern. On this chart, the darker blue bar represents fiscal 1920 paratransit ridership. You'll see it drops off in March and then significantly in April and is gradually recovering, much like the fixed route ridership. The green bar represents the call ahead service that we put into effect, as I mentioned a few slides ago, to provide the general public with access to a demand responsive service in areas that are not currently being served by the fixed route system. And I'll have a map in a few slides to show you where that is. That service has been there as kind of a safety net for folks who wouldn't have another way to make a trip otherwise. Next slide, please. So I'm going to represent our current weekday service in two different ways, in a chart and then a map, so you have a sense of the distribution of the service. This lists our 14 fixed routes and just compares the pre-COVID frequency with the current frequency. Any figures in red indicate a place where there's a lower service level currently than there was prior to the pandemic. As of August 1st, we restored 15-minute service on our main high-frequency transit corridors because ridership had recovered on those corridors to the point that buses were getting too full, and we were not able to maintain social distancing at a lower frequency. So those 15-minute corridors have been restored. On 7 of our 14 routes, we're operating at about half the pre-pandemic frequency. So in most cases, a 30-minute frequency is currently a 60-minute frequency. We have 3 routes that are not operating at all. The Route 4B in Rincon Valley, it follows the exact same route as the Route 4. So there are no no route segments missing, no lost coverage. But since those routes mirror each other, we just have one operating at this time. Route 7 and Route 19 are very low ridership routes that are not operating at this time. However, any areas on routes that are not covered by other routes are eligible for the call ahead service, and any patrons can use that service to make those trips. Next slide, please. So this map might be a little bit hard to see, but this is an attempt to show you how frequency lays out across the city with the current level of service we're operating. The green lines represent the 15-minute corridors. That's the dark green lines on Mendocino Avenue over to Bicentennial and Range to Cottingtown, and then on Sebastopol Road with the 2 30-minute loops at the end of the Route 22B. Most of the system, as you'll see, is in the yellow color, which is 60-minute frequency, with the exception of Route 6, which is operating on a 75-minute headway due to it has sort of an odd cycle time that's hard to interline with other routes. And so that's something that we hope to improve in one of our upcoming service restorations. And then you'll see in black the routes that are not currently in service. The Route 19 that is across town that runs between Fulton Road through Cottingtown and up to Fountain Grove, and Route 7, which is across town between Montgomery Village and Cottingtown. So as you can see, we have a basic safety net of access in terms of restored service, but certainly not a level of service that is livable for most riders, particularly if they need to transfer. Next slide, please. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit. Just want to talk a little bit about our health and safety protocols, because I know that's in the minds of certainly our employees as well as our riders. As a transit operator, we are subject to some special rules, both promulgated by the CDC and the California Department of Public Health and Cal OSHA, as well as the local public health officer orders. So in keeping with those requirements, we provide comprehensive PPE to all of our employees. We have cleaning and disinfection protocols that have been in place since day one, where every vehicle gets a deep clean every night. And then the high touch surfaces inside the transit buses or paratransit vehicles are wiped down multiple times a day, and in some cases after every trip. In terms of physical distancing, as I mentioned, we're still operating with rear door boarding and fare suspension to minimize interactions between riders and the drivers, as well as between riders. And we're operating with a reduced maximum onboard capacity. So once we see buses or trips starting to get above 10 to 12 passengers, depending on whether they're individual riders or perhaps household members traveling together, we're looking at adding capacity to continue to keep those loads lower so that we can maintain social distancing on board the buses. As I mentioned, face coverings are required for both employees and riders. Next slide, please. And we are doing daily employee symptom checks and temperature checks before any of our folks go out into the field or are in the office space. We have comprehensive information on preventing the spread on board the buses, throughout the transit facilities, as well as here at our facility, both for employees and the public. And I want to note we've been having weekly labor management meetings since March, and that's been incredibly helpful to keep communication open between and among all of our staff, to understand concerns, to take suggestions and answer any questions that may exist for our frontline staff out in the field who've been out there since day one of the pandemic serving the public. Next slide, please. Okay, there are a lot of words on this slide. I'm going to try to summarize. So in an attempt to get a general sense of riders' current travel behavior and their attitude towards returning to transit, we conducted a survey last month, not a scientific survey, but we were trying to get it out to as many people as possible. We received about 350 responses. I'll note that that's very low for us. We typically get a lot of our survey responses by pounding the pavement, getting paper surveys in the hands of riders at the transit mall or onboard buses. We didn't have our usual techniques available to us because of the pandemic. We worked with a lot of community organizations to try to get an electronic survey out to people, but we still found it was difficult to get a good response. So this is sort of interesting information, but I don't think any of us should hang our hat on it at this time. It's just sort of an initial snapshot of the feedback we're getting from riders. So, 62% of our frequent riders, folks on the survey who identified as frequent riders, stated they're currently riding less, primarily due to the lower transit service levels. Among the less frequent riders, they seem to be primarily concerned about safety, whether it's safety on board buses or just safety in general and moving around the community in terms of their primary reason for riding less often. 84% of our frequent riders stated they plan to use transit at their previous level once schools and businesses reopen, which we think is really good news. That's a good number. We are glad to see that people plan to return to the transit system by and large. Interestingly, 62% of the less frequent riders stated they would ride at their previous level, but a quarter of them said they plan to ride more often than they would in the past. Not really sure what lies behind that, whether it's economic or it's just sort of an aspiration, but that's a point that hopefully we'll follow up more on with a more robust survey in the future. Of our most frequent riders, most of them did not rely on personal automobiles prior to the pandemic, but they report about half of them are reporting that they're now using, a personal automobile, whether a ride from a friend or family member to get around, which I think speaks to the issue that the transit service hasn't been restored to the extent that they can really make all their trips effectively. We also did a stakeholder survey for about 25 of our stakeholders in the community that serve a large numbers of transit riders. We heard back from about 11 of them, and they noted that most of their clients are still using transit and would benefit from increased service, but they did note that there are many who aren't using the bus at all at this point in time. Next slide, please. I just wanted to bring in some rider voices too. Some of the feedback we got from the survey I think is really emblematic about what the experience is right now for folks making choices about moving in the community and using the bus. I'll touch on a few of them. One person states, the in-person classes, activities, and events I use the bus for have been canceled or postponed. I'm trying to make fewer grocery store trips for COVID-19 safety reasons. I am not getting together with friends right now for safety reasons. Another person writes, if schools open before a realistic plan to contain the pandemic, flatten the curve, I will still take online classes and stay at home. Another person just notes they're using CityBus only to get essentials done along with laundry. And the last quote I think is really important because I think it speaks to our obligation to the public to not only ensure their safety, but communicate to them how we're doing that. And this person states, please tell me exactly how you will provide distance between passengers, clean surfaces, and enforce masks at all times. Next slide, please. So just to take it up to the regional level before we sort of circle back to CityBus's recovery strategy, I did want to make sure the council was aware of some of the regional initiatives that are underway in response to the fact that every Bay Area transit operator is really facing a very similar challenge right now in terms of navigating through the pandemic as well as planning for how we'll recover and restore services to the public. So next slide, please. The first initiative that you all actually will hear more about very soon is a Bay Area Transit Health and Safety Plan. The plan was just completed last week. It's a partnership between the transit operators in the Bay Area and MTC to identify a standard set of COVID-19 health and safety practices with the idea that any transit rider in the Bay Area would know that whatever system they get on, the same basic level of health and safety practices are in place for their protection. This will include a monthly data collection process and reporting out to a public dashboard of performance metrics related to things like compliance with masking requirements and social distancing on board transit vehicles. MTC is asking that all transit operators have their policy board adopt this plan. So we plan to bring this to council in September for review and adoption. Next slide, please. As you probably all know, MTC has also convened a Blue Ribbon Transit Recovery Task Force. This is a diverse task force that has been convened to guide MTC in recovery of the transit network in the Bay Area. You know, we have a couple dozen transit operators throughout the 9-county Bay Area. And so this task force is looking at how we all move forward through this challenging time and into recovery, working together. The three charges of the task force were first to identify a method for distributing the CARES Act transit emergency relief revenues that came to the Bay Area. That's complete. To support development of the transit health and safety plan, that is now complete. And at the September meeting of the Blue Ribbon Task Force, they will begin work on the third component of their charge, which is a public transit transformation action plan, which is due to MTC by mid-2021. We anticipate the transformation action plan will focus on achieving, following this pandemic, a more connected and efficient, user-focused or seamless network among the different Bay Area transit operators. So it's going to be highly focused on transit integration activities, how different operators connect to make regional trips, and likely governance will also be an issue discussed as part of that planning process. Next slide, please. So I'm going to shift gears from our response to date to talk about our recovery strategy. And I say that recognizing that we are very much still within this event. We are still in a response mode, but we're starting to plan for recovery. And this encompasses not just our financial recovery, but how we plan to restore services from this 58% of our pre-pandemic level that we're at today. This is going to be fairly high level given the limited time today and then the variety of topics that are being covered in the study session, but several of the topics I will be discussing will lead to future future council items for further discussion. Next slide, please. So in terms of the financial impacts to transit from COVID-19, as you all know, there's been a significant ongoing decrease due to the pandemic's impacts on sales tax, fuel tax, and fare revenue, and that makes up the majority of our operating budget. We anticipate that it will be a multi-year timeframe for recovery of those revenue sources, so we need to plan ahead for a few tight years. The good news is the transit division was able to finish fiscal 19-20 with our operating reserve intact because of the CARES Act allocation we received in that year. So we still have a $2.25 million operating reserve, as well as some funding set aside for essential capital activities, so we can continue to move forward with things like bus procurements as required by our capital plan. Next slide, please. Just wanted to make sure you're all aware of what did come to the city, the transit division from the CARES Act. We received a total of $4.1 million in emergency transit relief from the CARES Act. This was distributed by formula in 2 phases by MTC. No further emergency relief is on the horizon at this time. So we are planning for maintaining our own sustainability without additional assistance. However, there is a lot going on. Make my phone stop ringing, hold on. There's a lot going on at both the federal and the state level to promote additional transit emergency relief funding. We'll see what plays out in those arenas. Next slide, please. In terms of the financial outlook for fiscal 2021, again, this is going to be very high level. We will be providing more information to the council as part of the September 15th budget study session, but we are projecting a 25% decrease in operating funds, equating initially to a $4.2 million deficit compared with what we had originally budgeted for fiscal 2021. With the CARES Act allocation we received for the current fiscal year of about $1.5 million, that deficit is reduced to $2.6 million. We have some additional savings anticipated from the hiring freeze that was put in place in March. And we are, while labor is our main cost, we are achieving reduced operating costs due to the lower service levels we are currently operating for things like fuel, maintenance, overtime, and we're having lower paratransit service costs as well. Based on what we know today, and it is ever shifting, but with the information we have in hand today, we anticipate that to ensure our ongoing financial sustainability, particularly into next fiscal year when we may not have any transit emergency relief, that we should limit our service restoration to between 65 to 75% of our pre-pandemic service hours in fiscal 2021. Next slide, please. So in terms of what that means, we on March 17th, when the pandemic shelter-in-place order first went into effect, we dropped down to about 58% of the pre-pandemic service hours. We then went down to about 29% of our pre-pandemic hours on April 13th when we moved to an all-Sunday service. At that time, we added the call-ahead service to fill gaps in our system. On June 1st, we stepped back up to a 50% service restoration. And on August 3rd, we came back up to 58%. So we've kind of gotten to the low point. We're starting to gradually restore service, and we're looking to, okay, where do we go from here? Where do we place our priorities for restoring beyond the 58%? Next slide, please. This just shows visually how these service decreases and then gradual increase have played out. Over on the left, you see our pre-pandemic weekday service hours in blue, Saturday service hours in orange, and Sunday service hours in green. You'll see the low point again was in mid-April, and we've been gradually restoring weekday service. At this point, weekend service remains on a Sunday schedule. We may be restoring some additional hours or needing to restore some additional hours on Saturday very soon for social distancing reasons. We're keeping a close eye on that. Next slide, please. So to engage with the question, how do we go from the 58% of our pre-pandemic hours to the 75% that we can afford to restore in this fiscal year, and then potentially farther then as revenue continues to recover? We have proposed 4 elements in a service restoration framework, and we certainly would appreciate any feedback from council on this today. The first is to identify and build towards a sustainable ceiling of revenue hours. So we adjust that 58% to 65% or 75%, and as our revenues recover, we'll continue to increase that over time. Prioritize service restoration according to about half a dozen key factors, and I'm going to walk through those in a little bit of detail in a minute, so I'll circle back to those. We are already putting new service models in place for low ridership areas with the call-ahead service, and I think we want to consider, do we want to evolve that type of service into something else that becomes more permanent with a more demand responsive, perhaps real-time component that might be more provide a greater level of mobility and a more appropriate level of service for some parts of our city that are not necessarily viable for fixed route transit. And then finally, we want to coordinate closely with our partner transit operators serving Santa Rosa. We're all in the same boat with financial and operational impacts. and have been coordinating closely on COVID-19 service policies and want to now be coordinating very closely on service restoration, how we do that service planning and implementation. Next slide, please. So to focus in a little bit on the second element in terms of how we would prioritize service restoration, at this point in time, safety is sort of trumping all other factors. We need to ensure our system continues to operate within PHO, public health, and CDC guidelines. And the guidelines we have today, we're working with a goal of 6-foot social distancing on board buses. This is a major planning and resource allocation factor. We need to continue to add frequency and capacity as buses exceed onboard capacity. So, it's a very topsy-turvy from a transit planning standpoint. We in the past might put 40 people on a bus on a peak school time trip. At this point, we don't want to put much more than 10 people on a bus. So essentially our capacity on each of our vehicles is reduced by about 75%. So that has a major impact on the availability of resources for service restoration. We expect in the next few months, most of our service restoration will need to be driven by maintaining physical distancing on buses as ridership recovers. Next slide, please. So of course, the council goals remains a primary focal point for how we allocate transit service. So we've worked very closely in the last few years with the Planning and Economic Development Department to really more closely integrate transit planning and land use planning to support the vision for downtown development, for affordable housing, transit-oriented development. And we want to continue to do that. The good news is that the service restoration to date is well aligned with these goals. We've restored the 15-minute service in the high-frequency corridors. That has some important implications for development in Santa Rosa. And it turns out that's, not surprisingly, people voted with their feet. That's where the ridership is, and that's where we've had to restore the service to maintain social distancing. So it also then, in turn, supports council goals as we move forward to restore the rest of the network. Return of on-site learning at the middle and high schools, as well as the SRJC, are really key milestones in our system. And this is an area that could be particularly challenging in the future in terms of our need to maintain social distancing while supporting students and families' transportation needs. So this is something we'll be working very closely with the school districts and with the JC moving forward. Next slide, please. So in the later phases of service restoration, we'll be looking very closely at how ridership patterns may have changed. We're seeing societal changes as a result of the pandemic, changes in how services are delivered, changes in how people go to work or don't go to work. And so we're really going to need to continue to evaluate what parts of our system continue to be important to maintain or where changes are needed as we go forward. Because of our resource limitations, we may have to be more targeted in terms of how we allocate frequency to match different ridership peaks. We're going to want to consider route alignments to match changing needs. So I think the goal here is not just to restore exactly what we had before. I think the majority of our transit network remains solid, and we have a good backbone for a system. But I think we do need to engage with the public and the council potentially to make some changes to how we deliver service as we restore service. And then finally, public input will be very important. We're going to have a lot of challenges getting that input and making sure we're not losing input from people who are a little bit hard to reach in some of our pandemic era with our outreach strategies that we have available to us now. So we're going to need to do a lot of work with our partner stakeholder groups to understand changing rider needs and try to get that input we need. Next slide, please. And finally, but certainly not the last, not least of the factors for prioritizing service restoration is equity. We try to bring an equity lens to everything that we do in transit, and particularly given the economic impacts of the pandemic, we want to ensure that the travel needs of our residents that have the most limited means and potentially have been most greatly affected by the pandemic are met to the greatest extent possible. And so just some demographics on our system, 86% of our riders are low income, over half do not have access to a working vehicle, nearly 30% are K through 12 or college students. And in general, our riders are frequent riders. They're heavy users of the system, with over 3/4 reporting that they use CITYBUS at least 4 days a week. These are pre-pandemic demographics, by the way. So, you know, we need to find a way to thread that needle to make sure that we're restoring the service where we need to for the majority of the people, but we also need to make sure, we think, that we're able to keep too many people from slipping through the cracks who have been significantly impacted by the pandemic. Part of that is looking at fare policy. As I mentioned before, I think we see some opportunities for fare policy with the council's input to potentially provide greater access to the transit system, given the economic impacts in the community. So we'll return to talk about that. Next slide, please. So just to conclude, to step back up to the last two factors in our service restoration framework, I talked a little bit about this before. Providing service coverage using new mobility options is something that we were already discussing prior to the pandemic. The pandemic has sort of shown a brighter light on it because we have a need to really reevaluate how we deliver service. We are already putting a demand responsive service out in the community for folks to use. Right now, it's sort of a traditional dial-a-ride service. It could evolve into something more sophisticated and more demand responsive going forward. And that's something that we'll want to engage with the public and the council on. And then finally, as I mentioned, we're continuing to coordinate closely with our other operators, including working with SCTA, Sonoma County Transit, and Petaluma Transit to really dig into the Sonoma County Transit Integration and Efficiency Study that was completed last year to identify strategies that we should really prioritize given the pandemic to make sure that we're being as efficient as possible in how we deliver transit services and as coordinated and integrated as possible for the benefit of riders. Next slide, please. So to conclude, I just wanted to highlight some of the upcoming council items we anticipate related to the pandemic response and recovery. I mentioned that we will be bringing the Bay Area Healthy Transit Plan to the council in September for review and adoption. We plan an item on fare policy options in September or October. Again, this will look at sort of a suite of discount and fare-free programs that could provide some benefit both for transit system recovery and community economic recovery. And then over the next 3 to 6 months, we'll be completing at least a first iteration of our service restoration plan, and we'll be going through a public process to put that together, and we'll need to bring that to council as well. There may be other items that flow out of these various initiatives as well, but those are sort of the big three we see at this point in time. So with that, I'd be happy to take any council questions.
All right, Rachel, thank you for that excellent presentation. Council, any questions? Let's start with Vice Mayor Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Eid, for that excellent presentation, for all that you and your team do during these really difficult times. I'm curious to know, have you guys explored what it would be like to meet a specific type of peak need rather than a route of service need? So for example, school getting out or church services or things like that, so that we could be more nimble, or is that something that just doesn't work in a transit system?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, certainly, yes, we have evaluated that, and I think it's something we will need to look at because we tend to have the same frequency level throughout the day from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., for example, on weekdays. We probably need to move away from that and really match the frequency more towards the ridership patterns on our specific routes. The more you tailor, in some cases, to a specific, really limited peak need, the less efficient your system gets in a lot of ways, because you end up with these little pieces of work that all need to happen at the same time for a couple of hours. So I think finding a way to schedule to those peak needs and still maintain an efficient allocation of resources is the challenge. It can certainly be done. And I think the other thing that can be done is really looking at other service delivery models that can complement fixed route transit. So that's very much something we're looking at. For some needs, it may not need to be accomplished by a 40-foot fixed route bus. It may be able to be accomplished by another type of vehicle or another type of service. So I think everything's on the table at this point as we look at our options for moving forward.
Thank you. Can you expound on, you intimated about the demand-based services and some other options for that? That piqued my curiosity. Is there anything more you can say about that?
Sure. Yeah. There's a lot of, as I think you all know, there's a lot of new types of services out there that transit systems have experimented with in the last few years in terms of, new mobility options. Right now, looking at the Route 19 that serves Fountain Grove, that route operates, the fixed route operates on a very, very limited schedule. It's a very baseline level of lifeline service. Right now, we're meeting needs in that area with a dial-a-ride. But you call the day before, you say when you need to get picked up and where you need to go, and it gets booked, and the bus comes to get you the next day. That could evolve potentially if that's an area where we're sort of saying, hey, you know what, fixed route transit wasn't actually being successful in that area. And that really has been the case in many ways since all the behavioral health offices moved off of Shenate and to off of Sebastopol Road. Is there a way we could actually provide more mobility with, a small vehicle, like a microtransit type option that's being dispatched for specific trips? And that could be done in a real-time sort of Uber Lyft type platform application. Those aren't necessarily always the most efficient options, but for a very low density area, it can sometimes be more efficient than running a big bus, and you're providing a higher level of mobility than a bus that comes every hour and a half. Okay. So those are the types of options that we'll be looking at. And, there's a whole spectrum. Some agencies run these in-house. Some partner with a TNC or a taxi operator. There's the whole spectrum in between. Some are hybrids. So, I think there's a lot to consider and a lot to look at in terms of potential options. And we're kind of just at the beginning.
And then would I be correct in assuming that we're looking at potential partnerships with other regional within our region and other transportation agencies to look at, making sure that we don't have any redundancies and offering greater accessibility to our riders?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the TIES effort that we're engaging in with SCTA as well as Sonoma County Transit and Petaluma Transit is very much focused on that. We all have experienced significant service reductions. As we restore service, it is an opportunity to coordinate our service planning in a way we haven't done in the past and really look at corridors from the standpoint of the overall mobility need and the best way to meet it. So, I think those integration opportunities are definitely there, and it's something we're beginning to discuss with our partners. Okay. And I think also thinking about SMART, thinking about Golden Gate Transit, there are lots of opportunities beyond just the local bus operators.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then the last one is maybe one out of left field, but I was thinking about what it would be like if this pandemic becomes endemic and is a problem for, some years to come, and wondering if there's been any talk about looking into open air buses for maybe our downtown core or some other type of transit that wouldn't require quite as much distancing or would offer riders a little bit more security or a sense of peace of mind or sense of safety when riding in close quarters with other people.
That's a really good question. I haven't heard or really engaged in a lot of discussion about the open air concept, but certainly there's a lot of discussion in the transit industry about things like touchless fare payment, about you can use UV lights in your HVAC systems maybe to clean the air. The discussions have most recently been focused more towards how do we make kind of the existing style of vehicles we're operating now as safe as possible for riders. But, I think that's a really good question. I think we've all been focused on, well, when we get done with this, when we get through this, but to your point, it may be good to plan a little bit more for if it is endemic or we have repeat instances of this type of pandemic. So,
one of the benefits of perhaps looking into something like that is that, it does have, especially if we had a really high intensity route, it does have the ability to carry twice as many passengers. So.
Right. And I should say about the distancing, those guidelines may also change. And I didn't want to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I just want to. No
worries. You're great.
The 6 foot distancing is the current guideline. Interestingly, in the Healthy Transit Plan, there is a 3 to 6 foot distancing requirement because some agencies have determined that they will use a WHO 3 foot with mask standard. Now that is not something that we plan to adopt because we don't see that as something that as guidance that pertains to us specifically, but it is possible that moving forward through the pandemic with changing guidance and with engagement with our public health officers, those recommendations might change over time. So we're also kind of tracking that as well.
Thank you so much. Those are all my questions. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you, Rachel, for an incredibly comprehensive report. I know this took a lot of time and effort. You've answered all my questions. The only questions I have left are what's going to happen in the future, and I'm sure you deal with that on a daily basis. So thank you for this incredible body of work, and I look forward to some of the solutions that you are looking to find for the future of the transit system. Your department has gone through a great deal of work when we went through the process of changing the fixed routes, and so this was just one more big challenge for you, and you are handling it. You and your team are handling it very, very well. So I really appreciate all the effort.
Thank you.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rachel, two quick questions. The first is for the current iteration that we have for the call ahead service. Do you have a number for folks on who they should call?
You know what? I should know that off the top of my head, but I'm going to ask my colleague Yuri to send that over to me. And if I can circle back in a minute and provide that number. It's also on our website. We have comprehensive information about, the COVID service levels on our website, and the call ahead service is listed there with all the information people need. But I was hoping to have that phone number in just a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am really curious to see how that works for us in the next couple of months for sure, because I think that you're right. I think that particularly with Uber doing what Uber is doing at the moment, there might be a little bit more demand as we come out of COVID to have some structural routes, some fixed routes throughout the core of our community, and then being able to supplement with folks with some of this call ahead on-demand type servicing. So I'm really curious about the future of our buses around that. The other question that I had for you, you mentioned the 25% projected drop in revenue for the system for this next year. And I know right now you're sort of spitballing and shooting at numbers that we don't quite know what we're going to hit, what we're not going to hit. But those numbers assume that there is a return to having a fare at some point, yes?
That number assumes there's a return to fares at mid-year.
Okay.
And I think that number is based on I should say this, a 50%, achieving 50% of our pre-pandemic fares. Now, at this point in the year, with our ridership only back to about 40%, and we still haven't restored fares, right now we're thinking we might be more like 25% of our pre-pandemic fares. I will note that the fare revenue issue is not nearly as big a deal as the sales tax issue, because the TDA, which is sales tax based, is a far bigger source of operating funding than our fares are. But that is something when we return to council to talk about, first of all, there'll be more information presented in the September budget study session, but when we come to engage with council about fare policy, that will be something we'll discuss in more detail. But to your larger point, yes, we are working with the best available projections now, but things are shifting. We'll know more in October than we know today, and we'll be continuing to update those projections and hopefully our service ceiling as well.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. I just also, I like having the caveat that this number both assumes a level of recovery in our sales tax as well as in a recovery of our ridership, that if we don't see those two, then the council should expect to have to do something further to meet the budget requirements here. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I do have that phone number now. So the phone number is for MV Transportation, which is our paratransit contractor. It is 546-1999. And folks can let MV know that they're interested in the call ahead service, and they'll need to identify where they live and sort of demonstrate that their trip origin or destination isn't near the other fixed routes and they require that service to make their trip. They need to call the day before.
So call the day before. Is there a time that they have to call by the day before?
Okay. All
Sorry.
the stumpers. Let me see how quickly my, I can see the message coming in right now. I'm going to say, I was going to say 5 p.m. It's 4:45 p.m.
Okay, great.
And it would be best if people anticipate this need, even better is to call before that, because MV is going to need to take their information, their address information, educate them about the program. So we would advise people not to wait to the very last minute if they can avoid it. But if they suddenly have a ride they need to take the next day, it's there for them.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Yeah, thank you for that, Rachel. And just want to follow up on that too. If someone were to call that number, will they talk to a live human being, or is it leaving a message and then someone gets back to them?
If they call, during the business day, it'll be a live human being. They can leave a message after hours, but yes, that phone line is always staffed by a real human.
Great, thank you. And then you also mentioned the Blue Ribbon Transit Recovery Task Force, 30 members. Are there any local representatives from Santa Rosa?
Yes, David Rabbit is a representative from Sonoma County on that task force. There are a number of other representatives from the North Bay. Nancy Whelan, the general manager of Marin Transit, it represents small operators. Daryl Halls of Solano Transportation Authority is part of the commission, and Jim Sparing is the chair. So I would say Supervisor Rabbit is our main representative from Sonoma County, but there are a number of other representatives from the North Bay as well.
Great. Mr. Sawyer, did you have another question? That would be no. Okay, Council, any additional questions? Seeing none. We're now taking public comments regarding item 3.1. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Host, would you facilitate the public comment portion of this item?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking for hands. Okay. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. A countdown timer will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. Okay, Mayor, I'm not seeing any hands raised. We'll move on to voice message, public comment.
Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland for study session 3.1, CITYBUS. I believe that it would be appropriate to use smaller vehicles. The big empty buses running their routes are less efficient, using up a lot of energy, causing pollution. You have a number of paratransit vehicles, and those perhaps should take up the slack now that folks are not riding the bus system. It's something that would be less expensive, and I do believe it would be more helpful, especially if you set it up so that people knew they could get door-to-door service. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, there were no email or e-comment public comments for this item.
All right, thank you. Thank you. We'll bring it back to Council. Rachel, I know you had mentioned you'd be open to some feedback. Is there some specific information or feedback you'd like from Council?
Like to see us provide in the future when we come back to you regarding service restoration or around our budget. Any questions that sort of remain unanswered for you? I mean, I'd just be happy to have any of that type of feedback so that when we return for some of these future items, whether it be about service restoration or fair policy or health and safety, that we can make sure we answer your questions or respond to the information you'd like to see.
So it was a little in and out. I heard you say service restoration and safety. Were there any other specific areas of feedback you're interested in?
Only if there is, anything else that the council feels like wasn't covered today that where you'd like to see us provide information in the future as part of the upcoming council items we have planned related to our COVID-19 response and recovery.
Okay, great. Thank you. Vice Mayor Fleming.
Thank you. And thanks again, Rachel. So a couple things that you touched on that I just want to reinforce. And one has to do with the equity lens. I'm grateful that you are looking at all of this through that lens. And this is, one of the services that the city provides that most intersects with our most vulnerable residents. And so I appreciate that. The other thing that I appreciated that you noted is that the council goal around a more walkable, bikeable, livable city. And so I'm excited for that when this comes back, that you noted it doesn't have to be the same, that it could be different and better. And finally, I'm very interested in hearing when you guys do come back around the fare free options and how we can enhance our council goals around both equity and downtown and bike and pedestrian master plan, and how the fare free policy could potentially play into that, and where we could partner with supporters on that. And furthermore, how I lost my train of thought. Well, that happened. At any rate, oh yes, now I know what I wanted to ask you, is that if you could come back with that line on the algebra chart where the cost of collecting fares hits the actual revenue, so we can see how much of a difference it really makes to us, whether or not we collect those fares. And it'd be really interesting to consider the other factors that, such as lower wear and tear on our roads and other council goals that would save us money if we were to increase ridership through greater ridership as a result of potentially lower fares, and if that there is indeed a relationship there. That's a whole bunch of complicated stuff, but that's what I'd be interested in hearing more about in the future. Thanks again.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Council, any additional feedback or comments on the presentation? Rachel, I would just like to add, I'm always interested in the ongoing discussions about the electrification of the fleet and the impacts, positive impacts it can have for our climate action plan, which does, I think, also tie into what you've already been demonstrating, getting feedback from the riders, what parts they like, how do we get more use of that, how do we get more people out of their personal vehicles and into the transit system. So you've been providing that, and again, it was a wonderful comprehensive report, but if you just keep doing the same amount of deep dive and providing us that information, I think that's wonderful, and coordinating all of our other efforts, I really do appreciate that. So that's all the comments I think we have for you. Thank you, Rachel, for that very thorough presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 4 o'clock right now. We've been at it for about an hour and a half. We will take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 4:10. 4:10 reconvene. Madam City Clerk, are we ready to continue?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll bring the meeting back to order. Could we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Dowd,
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Here.
Councilmember Rogers,
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras,
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming,
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
Okay, Mr. McGlynn, do you have any report on the study session we just had?
Nothing to add.
Thank you. We'll now move to proclamations. And Vice Mayor Fleming, I think you'll have this. Our timing was going to be perfect if we would have been last week, but we'll make do a week later.
You know, it's a good point. However, tomorrow is, I think when it was finally signed, or it was Tennessee adopted the 19th Amendment, making it viable, but I don't think it was signed until tomorrow. So we're still within the area, and you know, we got our suffragist white on, the ladies here, so it's an important day. And I want to start out by saying, you know, normally we would have people here to present this to, and why it's so important, and it's more important this year than ever, to celebrate and acknowledge suffrage for all people. And of course, 100 years ago, the group of people who got suffrage was white women. It did not include women of color, and that didn't happen until, I believe, the Civil Rights Act of 1965. So, but it's very important to note also that women of color worked really hard for the rights of white women to get this vote, and not for much benefit for themselves right away. But the reason why it's really important this year is because we can all see with the mailboxes being hauled away in our own communities, that voter suppression is alive and well, and that, you know, an act that our great-grandmothers and great-great-grandmothers worked really hard for 100 years ago is still very much imperiled, and not just for women, but all kinds of people all over our community. And so I hope you join me in returning your mail ballot to 435 Fiscal Drive, Santa Rosa, California, just as soon as you can. There's a 24-hour drop box at the Sonoma County Registrar of Voters, 435 Fiscal Drive. So with that, I dedicate this proclamation both to the suffragists and also to this next election. May it be the best turnout we have ever seen. Whereas August 2020 marks the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which secured the rights of women to vote. And whereas in 1976, the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors established one of the first commissions on the status of women in the state of California with the purpose of promoting equal rights and opportunities that enhance the quality of life for all women and girls, addressing issues of discrimination and prejudice that negatively affect women in Sonoma County. And whereas women now constitute nearly 50% of our workforce and are now becoming the majority of students in our colleges and graduate schools and are increasingly becoming a household's main income producer. And whereas women created all people on the planet, and whereas women working in Sonoma County are disproportionately employed in some of the lowest paying jobs and make up a higher rate of unemployed workers, especially during the current COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas, even with the gains women have made, significant work remains to be done to ensure that equal pay for equal work, especially with regard to improving opportunities for the lowest wage workers. Now, therefore, be resolved that on behalf of Mayor Tom Schwedhelm of the City of Santa Rosa and the entire City Council, we acknowledge the 100th anniversary of the enactment of the 19th Amendment of the United States Constitution, celebrates the achievement of women, and continues the commitment to support gender equality in the City of Santa Rosa, and do hereby proclaim August 26th, 2020 as Women's Equality Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much for reading that. I really appreciate your comments and couldn't agree more. So now we are taking public comments regarding item 6.1, Proclamation of Women's Equality Day. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Host, could you facilitate any public comment we may have received or are about to receive on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. Will do. Again, a countdown timer will appear before you for the convenience of the speakers and the viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please be sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of your comment. Mayor, I'm not seeing any hands be raised. Oh, one hand. The first comment will be from Roman. Roman, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and identify yourself for public record if you so choose.
Hi, this is Roman.
Can you confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I did.
Thank you. Your time begins now.
I just wanted to say I commend Victoria for everything she said, and I'm super grateful that this is acknowledged by the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramon. Mayor, seeing no additional hands raised, I'll move on to the voice message public comment, which we did not receive any, nor did we receive any email or e-comment public comments for this item. And that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rogers or any other council members wanted to make any comment before we move on to this from this item? Seeing none, okay, thank you. Staff briefings, Mr. McGlynn, do we have any staff briefings for today's meeting?
There are no staff briefings for items 7.1 and 7.2.
All right, thank you. Item 8, City Manager, City Attorney's Report. Mr. McGlynn, you have a report for us this evening?
Yes, I'm going to turn it over to first to Chief Navarro and then secondly to Deputy Chief Westrup to talk about city resources deployed in in support of the complex fires. Chief Navarro?
Yes, thank you, City Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor Schwedhelm and City Council members. Rainer Navarro, Chief of Police. I wanted to provide a quick update on what we've been doing at the police department regarding the response over the last week related to the fire emergency, and also what we've done to prepare for some additional, in case we have additional emergencies in the future. We have had last week 3 requests for mutual aid, and those were for evacuations, traffic control, and looter patrol. On last Tuesday, we deployed 10 officers, a sergeant, and a lieutenant to the Guerneville and the Russian River area to assist the Sheriff's Department in the evacuations. On Wednesday, we deployed 5 officers and a sergeant to assist the Sheriff's Department when they requested mutual aid for a small evacuation in the Bennett Valley area for a fire, which was quickly extinguished by our fire department. And on Friday, we deployed 6 officers and a sergeant to the area of Forestville and Guerneville for looter patrol. This week, we also received a mutual aid request from the Sheriff's Department to have dispatchers assist with calls for service. So we're going to be responding and assisting their communications teams with our dispatchers over the week. In response to the fires and preparing for the fire season, our emergency management team is ready to deploy in the event the city EOC is activated. We have refurbished our Department Operations Center, and it is what we call warm and ready to go for activation and available for this fire season. We have finalized our emergency staffing schedule to deploy in the event of a city emergency. So with that, our officers and staff will can go to a 12 on, 12 off AB schedule in the event that is needed. We've assisted in drafting the new citywide evacuation zones with the fire department and the communications team, and are helping educate the public on these particular areas. And we've been participating in countywide alerts and warning subcommittee meetings, and are involved in the daily operational phone calls that are going on. Lastly, with these events, our main primary mission is to ensure life-saving measures and to conduct evacuations while the fire department does their job. So we are asking the community to be prepared, have a go bag in place, have your cell phone charged, and have a plan. So I'd like to remind the city or our community to follow the city social media accounts, including Nixle, and then specifically our city's website, srcity.org/knowyourwayout. There, our community can find pre-evacuation checklists, alert tools, tips, and evacuation zones. And that is all to report. Thank you very much.
Chief Westrup.
Thank you, Mr. McGlynn. Good afternoon, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the council. Scott Westrup, Deputy Fire Chief for the City of Santa Rosa Fire Department. Chief Navarro covered a lot of the points that I was going to cover, so the fire department wanted to brief you and the community on an update on the local resources that are committed to the LNU Lightning Complex, particularly the Wallbridge Fire. As I get into this, I'll use some technical terms, and so I just wanted to remind everyone that a task force and a strike team are comprised of 5 apparatus and a leader. So starting with the Sonoma County Fire operational area, we currently have 13 task forces deployed to the Wallbridge Fire. At one point, we were up to 14 and had to bring 1 task force home from the op area. We have 1 Type 3 strike team deployed, 3 OES engines as part of a strike team deployed, and 17 overhead positions on the fire. This totals roughly 75 fire apparatus and 245 personnel. These are the local firefighters throughout Sonoma County, most of which who have been working nonstop since at least August 17th. So these are just local resources that are deployed on the fire. As part of the operational area response, the Santa Rosa Fire Department has committed 9 fire apparatus. We were up to 10 at one point, but we're back down to 9, 8 overhead positions, totaling 39 personnel, or roughly 1/3 of our operational staff. Just as remarkable as the response to the fire is our personnel who are not assigned to the incident but are filling our fire stations and remaining on duty. Currently, all city fire stations are staffed as they would be on any normal day. We'd like to thank our staff for their dedication to the community and their willingness to protect the citizens and infrastructure of the city at all costs. And as a side note, we would also like to thank the TPW Garage for their tireless work in getting equipment into service on an emergency basis and keeping all of our apparatus on the road and ready to serve. With that, I'll turn it over any questions that the council may have for the fire.
Great, thank you for that, Chief Navarro and Deputy Chief Westrope. Council, any questions on either of those reports? Seeing none, I also just want to thank both of you individually and also Chief Garsner, who's not there. Basically, since the fires, the mayors have been meeting on a daily basis, and both Deputy Chief Westrope and Chief Gosner have participated in those meetings. They've been very beneficial so that all the municipalities are operating efficiently and effectively, learning from each other. So they've been great contributors to that, and I really appreciate all the efforts of all the City of Santa Rosa staff and all the other city staff there are really working well together. So thank you for that report. Mr. McGlynn, anything else for your report?
Just a big thank you to the staff and of the city and their continuing efforts to keep us safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, you have a report for us this evening?
I do, Mr. Mayor, and I also join in the appreciation, deep appreciation for all the work that the City of Santa Rosa, both police and fire and first responders have been providing for us over the last week or so. So my appreciation as well. What I have tonight is our quarterly report on litigation. This is actually the quarterly reports for both the first quarter and the second quarter of 2020. First got a little delayed there. I apologize for that. We have 3 settlements. Actually, they all took place in the second quarter of 2020. First, the Santa Rosa versus PG&E settlement, which you're all very familiar with. That netted to the city approximately $95.5 million. That is net after payment of attorney's fees and costs. We will be having, as you know, a public process determining how those funds will be allocated. We had 2 other settlements in April. The first is Sandoval versus County of Sonoma and City of Santa Rosa. That case arose out of a general statewide practice of impounding vehicles that were stopped at sobriety checkpoints and impounding vehicles if the driver lacked a valid California driver's license. That practice was in accordance with state statute. Ninth Circuit ruled that application was unconstitutional and set that aside. The settlement was for attorney's fees, and it was a negotiation jointly with the county and the city and the plaintiffs. The city's share was almost $259,000. Again, that was for costs and attorney's fees in that action. That action lasted for several years, went up on appeal and back down. The third case that was settled was Andy Ford versus City of Santa Rosa. That case arose out of Mr. Ford's arrest in February of 2018, arrest for resisting arrest and assault on police officers. Mr. Ford filed suit under the ADA, the Rehabilitation Act, and the Fourth Amendment. The settlement was for the amount of $575,000, inclusive of attorney's fees. So those were the 3 settlements that occurred over the last 2 quarters. As of the beginning of August, we have 25 cases still pending in our office. Those cases cover a range of issues, a number of personal injury cases, civil rights claims, claims under California Environmental Quality Act, breach of contract claims, code enforcement, and others. Those are pending and are being handled within our office. In addition to those lawsuits, we received 12 additional claims over the last 2 quarters, and those claims encompass a variety of issues. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that report. Mr. Rogers, you have a question?
Yeah, not a question so much, Mr. Mayor, just context and information for the public who obviously could not be involved in closed session. But I did recuse myself the entire way through the Mr. Ford cases due to a personal relationship with Mr. Ford. So just disclosing that to the public.
Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the city attorney or city manager? Seeing none, I would like to go to public comment on this item. Madam City Host, would you be able to facilitate that process, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comment on item 8, the CMO and City Attorney report. To make a public comment, please raise your hand via Zoom. If you are dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. A timer is now on the screen before you. As you are called upon, we'll ask you to identify yourself for the public record if you so choose and confirm you can see the timer. The first public comment will be from Eric. Eric, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I have and I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose to do so, and your time begins now.
Thank you very much. And this is Eric Frazier, and I join with all my neighbors and citizens of the city to show our support for the first responders who are, of course, as all of us, caught up in what appears to be a new normal with the fires. We appreciate their bravery and public service. And again, thank you very much for our first responders. On to the attorney's report. I believe there's 3 things that are really significant to comment on. One is the extent of the trip and fall claims that we see in the attorney's report. This is representing an increasing source of liability for the city, even though a lot of those claims are pushed to the private property owner's insurance company. There was one claim where the city paid out, and I can anticipate that there will be additional claims that the city will be responsible for when it comes to sidewalks. My name appears on this list, even though I'm not particularly litigious, and that has to do with parking and the ability of parking enforcement to use their enforcement power as a gotcha moment. I live right downtown, and sure enough, I received a couple citations, both overturned on appeal, but they create issues for the public overall. The first one is where I had a guest park. They parked, drove away, returned to the same block, and were cited, even though they did not go beyond the 2-hour parking limit. And we attribute that to defective signage. The second was I was having my windshield replaced, and I got cited because my parking permit was not on the windshield, because the windshield was being replaced by Safelight. That's obviously something where somebody wanted to give us the runaround. And like I said, these were overturned on appeal. The parking department doesn't furnish complete reports to us, and I think that's a huge problem. In that same vein, the SRTBIA also does not produce complete reports. There's no way as managers you're able to really audit the work of either the parking department or SRTBIA, and I think that's really a huge problem. The other thing to notice about both SRTBIA and the parking department is typically in times of evacuation, things like paid parking and the SRT BIA assessments and TOT that people must pay usually or should be waived for evacuees that come from either within our city or within our county. I'm not sure why that's not being done, but I think this is really quite a black mark on our city. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Seeing no additional hands raised, we'll move on to voice message public comments, which none were received, nor were there any email and e-comment public comments received, Mayor. That concludes public comment on item 8.
All right, thank you for that. Item 9, statements of abstention from council members. Are there any on today's agenda? Any abstentions? Seeing none, we'll then move to mayors and council members' reports. Who would like to go first? Or I could let me just call on you in the screens that have got you. Mr. Dowd, you have a report for us?
I wanted to report that on August 3rd, there was a joint meeting of the Water Advisory Committee and Technical Advisory Committee, along with the Sonoma County Water Agency. There are some things that are brewing that are very important to our city and region, and it's predominantly in the Potter Valley project, removing the dam in Potter Valley, and it's got many issues. Some are very conflicting, like saving endangered species and the water supply for Eel River and Russian River, both upper and lower, and all of the agencies that participate in getting water from the Sonoma County Water Agency and Sonoma and North Marin. The Potter Valley Dam project is very, very important. And we'll have to be watching it closely and make sure that our ratepayers are treated fairly, and whatever they have to spend is tied appropriately to the cost of the project. That's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Do you have a report this evening?
No report. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Rogers?
Just a couple of quick things, Mr. Mayor. We did have a long-term finance meeting prior to the Walbridge fire starting, where we did discuss the first categorization or buckets around the PG&E settlement figure, including a $42 to $45 million estimate from staff about getting the rebuild projects across the finish line. So I know that there's additional information that was asked for, and then that will be coming to the full council, and I'm sure the mayor will weigh in a little bit on that as well. We had a mayors and council members legislative meeting. We are at the very end of session here. I think there's 6 days left for all bills to be sent to the governor to be signed this year. It is anticipated that he will allow the session to expire. And then if there is need around some additional budget issues, which it's sounding like it will be, that there's probably not another CARES Act that's coming anytime soon to us. He's going to have to call a special session to bring folks back to Sacramento and end up doing a supplemental budget with some of those trigger cuts that originally were proposed when COVID first hit. So a lot of them are to education and to other things that the legislature fought really hard to try to fix. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well for folks. And I'll report back to the council as that's coming. The final thing was Sonoma County Transportation Authority. We did have a special meeting to discuss whether or not, in the face of opposition, for us to move forward and still go on the Go Sonoma measure, which has now been given capital D as its marker for the ballot. I was one of the folks who joined in voting to pull it back from the ballot in the face of the opposition. And then by a 5-4 vote, the group decided to move forward anyway. So you will see that on the ballot come November and a lot more information coming from it. Happy to answer any questions, but that's what's been happening since we last met.
Great, thank you for that. Mr. Oliveros.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Okay. Vice Mayor Fleming, anything to report?
No, sir.
Okay, and I just had a couple things. August 13th, we had the Groundwater Sustainability Agency meeting. 2 items of note was the additional progress for the well registration program. Staff is at the beta testing perspective. And so once that kind of gets launched and we hear feedback from that, I'll be able to report out on the success of that program. And then also some very detailed information about the sustainable management criteria in regards to the 6 areas that are related to the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. So a lot of work is being done behind the scenes, and once decisions get made, I will be reporting those out. We also had a home Sonoma County meeting on August 14th. The purpose of that meeting was to decide what we wanted to do with the unexpended HEAP funds from the 2019-2020 fiscal year. This came from Governor Brown's final budget. The body elected to appropriate approximately $200,000 for the ongoing sanitation stations throughout Sonoma County. We were supposed to have another meeting this Thursday, but due to the impacts of the fire, that has been continued till September 24th at 9 in the morning. September 24th, 9 in the morning will be our next home Sonoma County meeting. And then yesterday, I believe it was, seems so long ago, Mr. Dowd and I participated in the Housing Homeless Task Force meeting. One of the items of topic was the current situation at Fremont Park, also known as Cancer Survivor Park. We asked for and we sent away a letter to the Board of Supervisors looking for some of their support and to get some testing done before we decide what would be the next appropriate steps given the situation at Fremont. I have been in contact with the chair of the Sonoma County Supervisors. We asked to have a response by Thursday of this week so that we could coordinate our efforts, and we'll be anxiously awaiting that feedback. That's all I had to report on. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, I can open it up for public comment. Via Zoom, we did not receive any email, voice message, or e-comment public comments.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any hands up. We'll then go on to item 11, approval of minutes. There were none. Mr. City Manager, item 12, consent items.
Item 12.1, motion, contract awards, City of Santa Rosa parking garages 1, 3, 9, and 12, 2020 repairs. Item 12.2, resolution, design build contract award to return Sam Jones Hall to its operating capacity. Sam Jones Hall Emergency Shelter, 4020 Findlay Avenue. Item 12.3, resolution, matching grant application to the Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District for the continued implementation of the master plan for Place to Play Community Park. Item 12.4, resolution, active transportation program, ATP, grant application. Item 12.5, resolution, submittal of a joint application to the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development Transit-Oriented Development Grant Program for amount not to exceed $5 million for a qualified transit-oriented design project, Caritas Village, and related project and public infrastructure improvements. Item 12.6, resolution, rescinding resolution RES 2020-082 and approving a replacement resolution to implement a clerical correction and formally adopt the permanent local housing allocation plan. Item 12.7, resolution, Santa Rosa Tourism Business Improvement Area Fiscal 2019-2020 Annual Report and Fiscal Year 2020-2021 Work Plan. Item 12.8, ordinance adoption second reading, ordinance of this council of the City of Santa Rosa, amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code, adding section 20-16.070A 1B to chapter 20-16 Resilient City Development Measures to define the appeal body for certain land use projects, file number REZ 2020-005.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Council, any questions for anything on the consent calendar? Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe, and I didn't catch this before, there may be, is there still a reason for Councilmember Oliveris and I to recuse from 12.5 regarding Carriage House Village, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, both you and Councilmember Oliveris should recuse from item 12.5.
Okay, thank you.
Council, any additional questions? Seeing none, we're now taking public comment on item 12, the consent calendar. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Host, would you please facilitate the public comment portion on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor. As you can see, there is a timer before you on the screen for the convenience of the panel, the council, and the public. The first public comment will be from Steve. Steve, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, thank you. I can see the time.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you, Mayor Schwedholm and members. Steve Bertlbaugh with the Transportation and Land Use Coalition. My comment relates to item 12.5, which is the application for funding for the community connector bridge at Elliott and Edwards Avenues. I think it's important for the city to tie down the fact that that's the particular location that is the preferred location. And I did submit some whereas clauses that would state the reasons why it should be built at Elliott and Edwards. I submitted all those to the staff, and they indicated that since Caltrans hasn't yet decided what the preferred location is, that's why they drafted a rather broad and inconclusive suggestion about where it would go. It would go between the two freeway ramps. So my response to that is that we add one more paragraph to the whereas clauses, which is whereas Caltrans is still finalizing the environmental study that will set forth the preferred alternative, and the funding application deadlines require the City Council to act at this matter now, be it resolved that, and then the regular resolution would follow. The reason I think this is important is the situation that staff changes, staff gets busy, things can slip by, and unless the City Council expresses itself formally on this, we're likely to end up with something that really doesn't work very well. The worst example of this is perhaps the fact that the city wanted to make sure that 4th Street would go through the mall that was going to be constructed. And somehow there was never official recognition of that. And today we're still wrestling with the fact that 4th Avenue doesn't go through the mall. So I think now is the time for the city to express itself formally, and would hope that you'll take this matter off consent and adopt these whereases and then put it back on consent. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Jack, followed by resident ending in phone number 8299. Jack, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see the timer and I have unmuted, if you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear, thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Jack Swearingen and I'm the chair of Friends of Smart. Our interest overlaps to a great extent what Steve Bardwell just reported from the Sonoma County Transportation Land Use Coalition. In fact, the two organizations see eye to eye on many things. SMART is our land use management tool, and clearly transportation. Our position by letter and verbal appeal is that this overcrossing can serve the Friends of SMART station at Granville Road for pedestrians and bicyclists, but especially pedestrians that choose to go to the JC, and from the JC to SMART and to the mall. The Bear Cub alignment would be worthless from the standpoint of pedestrian use between SMART and the junior college. And so we strongly advocate for the Edwards to Elliott alignment, and I support everything that Steve said. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. The next public comment will be from resident ending in 8299. Hi, caller. I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your phone? And can you please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, hello. My name is Derek Huntington, Vice President and a Player Development Coordinator at Rankin Valley Little League. I do not have a screen in front of me on the phone, but I'll keep my comments short.
Thank you. There will be an audio indicator at the end of the 3-minute period, and we'll mute your mic if it exceeds the 3-minute comment period. Your time begins now. Thank you, Derek.
Yes, I'd like to comment in support of the grant for Place to Play, item 12.3. I've been on the board of Rankin Valley Little League now. It's going on my second year. I have an 8-year-old son in the league, and have been a manager for 4 years for the league. Actually, this is my second go around. I was also on the board of Santa Rosa American for a few years over a decade ago when my now 20-year-old son was playing, stepson was playing back then, and actually had his practices at Place to Play his first season. So definitely history going back with that facility. As you may know, Rankin Valley Little League is an all-volunteer organization. We serve over 800 players between the ages of 4 and 18 each spring season, and 150 or so of those players played some kind of baseball year-round, either through the local fall ball or through travel ball teams. Our league is also a primary user of the City of Santa Rosa's baseball facilities every year. We use Franklin, Howarth, Galvin, Rankin Valley Community Park, and Austin Creek. And we would not be able to serve as many players in the community at the level that we can without inexpensive access to these great fields and facilities, and appreciate all the support we get from the city with those facilities. But one big thing we've had a problem with is all-weather field access. We try to get our players ready for the season in January so we can hold tryouts and they're not coming in cold. We also always have a challenge holding tryouts. This year we had to choose between potentially getting booted off of the Santa Rosa JC turf field last minute, or holding our tryouts in the Carrillo turf field, which isn't a baseball facility. And luckily we chose the football field because we would have gotten kicked off and had to reschedule everything last minute. And we're lucky to even have the relationships to have access to those facilities. And, you know, we've really been fighting even in these circumstances here for our kids. We just finished up a 2-month practice season for almost 600 of our players. Allowed them to get outside, safe opportunity for structured physical activity, interaction with their peers. We found that baseball as a sport, as a team sport, with some slight adjustments for social distancing and safety, mask wearing, sanitation, is actually a very safe way and can be played in a very safe way for kids at a really high level, even without competitive events. You know, especially compared to like the coverage and contact sports like soccer, football, and basketball. Last thought is that, you know, right now, safe youth sports options are very limited. You know, everything has to be outside. Fall ball is not happening this year. Basketball is canceled all around. Soccer is limited. And so, you know, moving forward, we definitely feel strongly that having access to quality year-round facilities outdoors are going to be an important part of, you know, whatever the new COVID reality looks like for our kids and other community members. So highly support continuing to expand those facilities out there for our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no additional hands raised, I'll move along to voice message public comment.
Consent item 12.3, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. I'm supportive of this matching grant application for the place to play to be improved. We've been waiting a long time. There used to be a Santa Rosa Youth Athletic Field Trust group that was going to help. I believe they may be dormant now. Perhaps after having read the file for this, I might find that you could perhaps follow this same type of model for the Southwest Community Park in Southwest Santa Rosa. I was told that there's money put aside for the quadrants, and the way you're going to be able to do the match for this grant is because you have $2 million sitting aside for the Northwest quadrant. Makes me wonder, are there millions of dollars set aside for the Southwest quadrant, and that could be used to improve Southwest Community Park, put in more basketball courts, which the youth need, put in some volleyball courts, and put in soccer fields. There's spaces. We could do this. We just need the political will for you folks to help Roseland. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, we're going to move along to the reading of email and e-comment public comments by City Clerk Stephanie Williams.
Yes, Richard Erstad submitted comment on item 12.2. On any portion of Sonoma County's assessor's parcel number 035-141-014, including but not limited to the area shown as private road on the city's concept site plan, it's absolutely critical to Santa Rosa Associates 2 to maintain access, including ingress and egress at all times, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, to any and all portions of such road and its related shoulders. This road and related shoulder areas serve as the primary city fire department access to one of SRA 2's main gates. Such gate provides the city fire department with access to a material portion of our site. To be clear, this private road is not located on the city's parcel. Instead, this road lies on APN 035-141-014, land which is owned in fee by Bilingual Broadcasting Foundation, Inc. A copy of the city prepared document entitled Concept Site Plan marked up with magenta cross-hatching to show the private road and related shoulders, all on APN 035-141-014. SRA 2 has long possessed a right to access and use such road and shoulders. A 1980 agreement among SRA 2, Bilingual Broadcasting, and the Santa Rosa Junior College District, owner of the parcel immediately south of City Sam Jones parcel, covers such road. Given the size of SRA 2's property, it's absolutely critical the private road on APN 035-141-014 remains free and clear at all times. SRA 2 wants to ensure the contract between the city and Graves Construction Group Services, Inc. includes the following: a blanket prohibition against storage of any of the following on APN 035-141-014, including but not limited to the paved portion of the private road, any and all building materials, any and all staging or pre-construction activities, including but not limited to mock-ups, any and all contractor, subcontractor, vendor, and supplier vehicles, delivery trucks, tools, machinery, or equipment, and any and all contractor or subcontractor job shacks, storage trailers, debris bins, or the like. Please forward a copy of the specific contract language setting forth such prohibition to SR2's legal counsel. Comment submitted on item 12.3 from George Wong. I am writing in support of an all-weather field. I have coached youth soccer through Empire Soccer for 7 years and have seen the positive impact that sports have on children. Having an all-weather field would allow kids the opportunity to continue to play year-round, especially in this era of COVID, where there are limitations on indoor activities. Comment received on item 12.3 from Adolfo Mendoza. As a longtime supporter of the community and recreational soccer programs, Atlético Santa Rosa fully endorses SRRP's grant application to design and build 2 new all-weather, all-purpose fields at a place to play. With total available playing space dwindling while youth and adult soccer participants increasing, the supply of soccer fields is at a low, with demand peaking in Sonoma County. Well-managed, available fields are a priority for the community and will bring additional revenue in the form of tourism is another upside. Soccer is an incredible world sport for Santa Rosa. It teaches discipline, collaboration with teammates, and healthy competition. As well, Atlético Santa Rosa has seen 48 collegiate and 4 professional athletes from our program, solidifying Santa Rosa soccer as not only a recreational sport, but also a means of scholarship opportunity and career pathway. Last summer, our boys' U19 team won the prestigious National Cup in Denver, Colorado, representing our great city and athletes. With all of the hospitality hotels being constructed currently, additional quality fields will allow us to organize summer classic tournaments. Thousands of families will take mini vacations to wine country where they will stay and play soccer. Comment submitted from Jeff Finn on item 12.3. My 10-year-old daughter is a competitive player for Empire Soccer Club. I think it is crucial that at this time of unprecedented upset and loss of physical engagement for our young athletes, that we commit to fund their future. Please build the all-weather fields. Thank you. Comment received from Jeremy Fonseca on item 12.3. I strongly encourage the council to approve the grant application and to further support the continued development of a place to play, specifically to add the long-needed all-weather fields. I am a Santa Rosa resident with 2 kids, both who play youth soccer. I also coach and help organize soccer events for my kids and their local soccer club here in Santa Rosa. In our club alone, we are 1,400 kids. That's a lot of Santa Rosa soccer families. Most Santa Rosa kids can only get 2/3 the soccer they want and deserve. This is because during the wet winter months, the majority of our soccer kids lack a proper field to play on. The little all-weather field space at Trioni is limited and largely used by just one group. While proper indoor options are few, expensive, cost prohibitive for many. As a result, many kids and promising players of the future are forced to sit out for months, waiting for the weather to turn. We can do better, just like so many other towns have done for their kids. Roanoke Park, Petaluma, Sebastopol, they all have all-weather soccer fields to meet the big soccer demand in their communities. Santa Rosa should finally join those ranks. All-weather fields will allow healthy, team-based activity year-round for kids, and as a city facility, they will provide access and opportunity equity for those who can't afford the few options there are to get those things otherwise. Soccer in California is a year-round, and people travel the state for it. On top of a sound investment in our future, fields such as these will allow things like tournaments and expanded league seasons, driving economic infusion from overnight stays, restaurants, etc., as people come to play our excellent teams all year long. Please authorize the grant application and continue to support the proposed project as it moves forward. These fields will be used, loved, and a valuable asset for many right out of the gates. Comment received from Rachel Barber on item 12.3. I would like to voice my strong support for the grant to build the all-weather fields at a place to play. Having the opportunity to have all-weather fields available year-round would be an amazing benefit for our young athletes. Given everything that has been impacted by COVID, this would definitely be a nice win. Thank you. Comment received from Susan Jensen on item 12.3. My name is Susan Jensen, and I am currently on the board of directors for the Sonoma County Women's Soccer League. My position is the board secretary and field coordinator. Our league is dedicated to providing women from the ages of 18 through 60s plus to have a place to compete in a positive and supporting manner. Through our league, the women and their friends and families get to experience the sport of soccer, which creates not only good competition, but a strong sense of community and camaraderie. I am currently serving my second term, which totals 3.5 years. I have been playing soccer in Sonoma County for over 15 years, and I also have a daughter that played in the youth leagues for over 12 years. As a field coordinator, I have firsthand experience at the process of securing fields for our league. This is no easy task. My predecessors have experienced extreme stress and disappointment after attempting to find quality fields in Santa Rosa, our home field location. We of course support that our youth leagues would have priority over renting fields. In a nutshell, we are left with fields that are oftentimes dangerous due to potholes and overgrowth. Although I will give a shout out to the Parks and Rec, I feel they have been very proactive in the last couple of years. The main reason for my letter is the lack of fields. With such a large population in Santa Rosa, we are one of the only cities that do not have any turf fields to play on. Our league has often had to reach out to the schools. Not only do they charge a large fee for a rental, we must pay a custodian to be on site at time and a half. Oftentimes, these fields are just simply not available and very much so not affordable to a nonprofit league like ourselves. We have been to tournaments all over the state, including Sacramento. You can see that these cities take pride in their fields and provide large compounds to service multiple games. They see the importance in all ages being able to enjoy the sport. Also, the tournaments bring positive exposure to the cities and provide much needed revenue to the cities and their leagues. You must realize just how many of your residents participate in the sport of soccer and just how important it is to provide quality fields for the leagues to play in. We have youth rec leagues, youth competitive, women's, men's, and co-ed leagues. There is an incredibly high demand for fields. We all want to play in a safe environment. The City Council needs to represent these leagues and provide these players the fields they deserve. Why make everyone have to go out of Santa Rosa to play and practically beg for rental use? Comment received from Rochelle Cook on behalf of Santa Rosa Youth Soccer League on item 12.3. On behalf of Santa Rosa Youth Soccer League, we wish to support the development of all-weather soccer fields at the Place to Play, a park initiated to support youth athletics over 20 years ago. SRYSL started in the mid-70s and currently supports 3 clubs of over 2,000 youth athletes each year. Approximately 1,000 youth play in leagues that span June through January, and 1,000 more play all year round. Total permits cost our players over $30,000 and does not include volunteer hours for field maintenance and materials. 2 years ago, the high schools, whom we used to rent all-weather fields from, moved their soccer playing season to winter. With football, soccer, lacrosse, track, and field utilizing their turf fields, it has become very difficult to get rentals during the early dark hours of winter and rainy days. In addition, elementary and middle school field sites have become a shadow of themselves, as many now have built classrooms and gardens on them. Amid years of drought and budget cuts, watering and maintaining the fields have become one of the lowest priorities of school districts. We share city parks amongst several other clubs that have about 1,000 additional youth. There are not enough fields. There is only one city in Sonoma County that has no lighted soccer fields or all-weather fields. See Petaluma, Hillsburg, Roanoke Park, Windsor, and soon Sonoma Master Plan. Children cannot make practices or games without parent volunteers who drive, coach, and referee after work. This puts a strain on available field space for daylight hours from mid-September through March. Additional fields with lights would help. Note, adults rarely can get on fields weeknights. Epicenter, private indoor fields, books adult games until 10 p.m. nightly. In the early 70s, the sport gained much popularity, and Dan Galvin Jr., then member of the Parks and Rec Commission, recognized the need for more sports parks, gathered community support, state grants, and the Capital Improvement Program. Rincon Valley, Galvin, and place-to-play sports complexes were built, but not since the phase 2 of a place-to-play development over 10 years ago has there been significant athletic park improvements. We know the community wishes to help. We talk about it often and look how easily measure impasse. It was highly supported by those wishing for the chance to have the same that almost every city along the I-80 corridor in our Bay Area developed. Comment received from Kevin Kilroy, Director of Soccer Operations, Santa Rosa United, on item 12.3. On behalf of Santa Rosa United Soccer Club, we wish to support the development of all-weather soccer fields at Place to Play, which is a great facility during the summer months for our families. But as the evenings go dark, so does the opportunity for kids of all ages to play soccer over the winter months. Santa Rosa United started back in the 1970s, providing soccer for kids of all ages to compete within and outside our region. We compete now on a national level, playing in the ECNL League against teams from all over the country. Over the decades, we have helped to develop a love in the game of soccer for thousands of children, and many of the kids through our program and other programs in this city have gone on to receive national recognition. This community is a hotbed for soccer talent, and I think with an investment in facilities such as these fields proposed at a Place to Play, the sky is the limit for the sport in this area. I am not originally from the area of Sonoma County, but I grew up in Ireland, and since I got here in 2017, my biggest observation has been that the lack of lighted fields for the soccer teams in the city is impacting player development and participation levels at the youngest ages. At these ages, they need the most development and time playing so they can become immersed in the game. Yes, the high schools have great facilities, but many of these fields are not accessible for large portions of the year for our younger players. Our younger kids need a place to play. Finally, it is my understanding that this is the only city in Sonoma County that has no lighted soccer fields or all-weather fields. That for me is a great shame that I hope we can correct. Children cannot make practices or games without the parents, volunteers who drive, coach, and referee until after dark. This puts a strain on daylight hours from mid-September through March. On several occasions over the last number of years, I have had parents who have opted out of soccer because they cannot make the practice schedules due to their work schedule. Lighted fields with public access for all the clubs, in my mind, would help to drive participation levels up and increase the health of the overall population. There are many other financial benefits for the city, which I do not detail here, but my number one focus is developing a love for the game in every child who comes through our club, and with your help and a vote to support this agenda item, more kids will get a chance to do just that. Please vote to support expanding a place to play. This community needs now more than ever a place to play. Comment received from Julie O'Malley on item 12.3. I'm writing you in regards to the agenda item to put all weather fields at a place to play. This is long overdue. Santa Rosa here has at least 5 soccer clubs in town that are constantly jockeying for field usage. Renting turf fields from schools gets very expensive. My kids have played 6 to 7 years with Empire Soccer Club, and almost every year we cannot finish the fall season due to the weather and conditions of the fields. Occasionally, the Trione fields are rented from United. However, due to the sheer size of their own club, there is very limited availability. If we had more all-weather turf options, the clubs could join together and create annual tournaments, which would bring revenue to our city. Thank you for your consideration. Comment received from Chris Zemer, Director of Athletics and Physical Education at Sonoma Academy on item 12.3. I am writing to express support for 2 new all-weather fields with lights at a place to play. I am the athletic director at Sonoma Academy, and we have rented Doyle Park for the past 7 years for our baseball team. We are grateful to have access to the facility as we don't have a baseball field on campus. Although the City of Santa Rosa Park and Recreation staff have been great to work with, it would make everyone's life a lot simpler having access to all-weather fields with lights. The number of rainouts and time spent on preparing the fields has been difficult on city staff, our coaches, student athletes, and families is considerable. When our teams travel, we are constantly amazed at the city park facilities in communities across Northern California, and this would be a much needed improvement for residents in the community. Santa Rosa is an amazing community, and access to updated parks and facilities will only enhance it more in the future. Please don't hesitate to let us know if you have any questions. We support the project 100% and look forward to renting and using these amazing facilities in the future. Thank you. Comment received from Kim Brown on item 12.3. I have been a member of Santa Rosa Youth Soccer League, SRYSL, in practically every capacity since 1992, 28 years. A privilege to work with many awesome and committed volunteers for nearly 3 decades. Currently, I hold the position of Vice President of SRYSL. I have also had the privilege to serve as the first Vice Chair in the California Youth Soccer Association, CYSA, Board of Directors, to the largest youth soccer organization in the country. Santa Rosa Youth Soccer League has supported the building of fields for our youth throughout this community. Do any members of the council recall Kiwanis School and Jim Boyce's successful effort to build the Field of Dreams, Hidden Valley, the Dream of Nancy Fisher, Still Lane School, and of course, SRYSL's successful financial and volunteer involvement in the development of Place to Play? With this said, I understand the City Council has an opportunity for a matching grant which could be used to build 2 all-weather fields with lights out at a Place to Play and with a centralized restroom facility. The City of Santa Rosa now has the opportunity to provide the members of this community, both young and adult alike, the access to play the game of soccer in the daylight, sunshine, rain, and or at night, and maybe with these weird weather patterns in the snow. I am not often compelled to address the City Council and usually leave it to other like-minded individuals to voice an opinion on your agenda. However, I wanted to reach out to ask the members of the council to consider this opportunity, an opportunity supporting the mission of good play, recreation, and financial growth for the residents of Santa Rosa. While I am affiliated with SRYSL, please note I am not using this time to advocate for any specific soccer league or soccer club in Santa Rosa. While the politics can reign in dispersing playing time and assignment of our limited fields within our city limits, there is a unified voice to you by all to please listen. As a resident of Santa Rosa, I would like to ask the City Council for your votes to approve the matching funds for the development of 2 all-weather fields out at A Place to Play. Your votes would be appreciated. Comment received from Steve Stiles, President of Westside Little League, on item 12.3. On behalf of Westside Little League, WSLL, we would like to comment on the proposed grant to build additional baseball fields in Santa Rosa. WSLL is a 501c3 nonprofit that has existed since 1961, over 55 years, and has served the youth of Southwest Santa Rosa by providing a quality after-school program that integrates baseball with life lessons. Every year, we have roughly 300 to 400 kids aged 4 to 14 in the program. Finding suitable baseball fields has become a high priority for our league, as soccer fields and schools seem to request more and more space. Just this last year, one of our practice fields at a school was converted to a soccer field with no warning, which caused a ripple effect with practices, etc. Currently, the fields our youngest kids, T-ball and rookies, used to play games routinely have soccer balls flying into the playing area, creating a disturbance and safety hazard. As such, WSLL has a strong interest in the development and construction of new baseball fields, which will help provide a safe place for our league to practice, play games, and serve our community. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Comment received from Casey Ohlenberger, founder, owner of FBK1 Baseball and Training, on item 12.3. I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion on such an important venture for the youth of Sonoma County, as well as visiting teams, families, and players. FBK1, or Fastball Strike One, was founded in 2013 and has since grown from one hat with a logo to multiple teams and families supporting the popular FBK1 logo lids around the county. We are pleased to be able to work with and alongside between 600 and 700 players annually as we teach, coach, mentor, and guide players in an effort to be better players, citizens, and humans on and off the field. Our reach extends beyond Sonoma County, as we have and will continue to work with players from all over the North Bay Area. Over the past 2 years, we have assisted players in receiving athletic scholarships to Long Beach State, Cal, St. Mary's, San Jose State, Northern Colorado, and more on the way. We have the ability to facilitate only so much at our facility, which is why we need for more turf baseball fields. As a resident of Santa Rosa almost my whole life, I grew up playing for SRALL, then advancing to Babe Ruth, where we played all our games at Doyle Park, a landmark for local baseball historians. The park was the highlight, whether we won or lost, but the fact that we got to play there was the victory. Now more than ever, sports has become a way of life. Multiple athletes and sports are dominating the area. Unfortunately, there aren't enough fields for each. With baseball consuming the majority of the population, there just isn't enough fields to allow everyone ample practice and game time. The opportunity that we have in front of us to build more turf baseball fields will not only allow year-round training for baseball, but it will also allow for the opportunity to host baseball tournaments, which is a huge draw for cities like Manteca, Concord, Lodi, Sacramento, Sunnyvale, and Elk Grove. No disrespect to those cities, but I do believe that Santa Rosa has a greater draw with all the restaurants, wineries, and breweries, as well as our general location and reputation. That alone will bring the tourism to an even greater mark. All if we can figure a way to build, create, or expand our current situation. I've been fortunate to be able to rent fields like Maria Carrillo, Piner, Shoflin Park, Cardinal Newman, Santa Rosa American LL, Rincon Valley LL, Mark West LL, A Place to Play, Espasti Park, Windsor Cal Ripken, Roanoke Park Cal Ripken, and so on. The catch is that with comment received from Leticio Romero, North Bay Organizing Project on item 12.4. For more than 10 years, North Bay Organizing Project has been an advocate for building the Community Connector Bridge, also known as the Highway 101 overcrossing for bicyclists and pedestrians. This is a superior project that serves social justice and brings our community together. Highway 101 divides our community. If you travel by foot or bike, dangerous and congested roadways are the only way to cross this 2.5-mile segment of Highway 101. There is no safe route across. The danger will increase significantly over the decades. Many lower-income residents and students live on the west side and need to cross over to access jobs, resources, the Santa Rosa Junior College, and other vital services. The Community Connector Bridge will provide a low-cost, safe way to access resources and opportunities on the other side. It will also help heal the injustice of too many resources unfairly allocated to already privileged segments of our community. The bridge represents smart urban planning. An equitable transportation system is an investment in achieving the desired dense urban development, a system where ordinary folks can efficiently access housing, services, and jobs. The bridge also serves environmental goals. It's beyond time to seriously address climate change. Encouraging alternative transportation is critical to combating climate change and creating sustainable communities. MBOP recommends the Elliott Edwards location as the best place for the bridge. This location is favored because it more closely connects the busy SRJC campus to the heart of the commercial, housing, current and potential, buses, and smart train station on the west. We appreciate your attention to our comments. Comment received from Eric Frazier on item 12.7. The council should not accept or receive the SRT BIA report on 1920 as presented. Instead, the council should order an independent audit to examine the report and issue a clean bill of health. Our position is that there are many examples of fiction offered as fact within this report. Lack of oversight of assets, including money and inventory, lack of process, no transparency for major expenses, example Ironman, and much more. We have shared our suspicions regarding the 1819 report with the council last year, the chamber as contractor, city staff, and more. Only cosmetic changes are made to this 1920 report. The scam appears systemic, baked into the cake, and it will take bold leadership in addition to mine to resolve. The council should suspend payments to the contractor while the audit is being completed. As examples of non-feasance or worse are found, the council should permanently sever ties with the contractor. By the way, how is it that money collected by the city can go to the chamber who are publicly involved in the city's elections? We will look forward to following up on the problems associated with SRT BIA. Funny story, if there is time. Visit Santa Rosa if you believe that over 6,000 people visited the tiny visitor center, 500 square feet in 2018. That's about the number of people in Petaluma. Thank you. And that concludes email and e-comments submitted for items 12.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. McGlynn, I have a question either for you or is Mr. Nutt going to be handling any questions from consent calendar?
Mr. Nutt has to handle the calendar.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Jason Nutt, Assistant City Manager.
Thank you for joining us, Jason. I just had a question regarding some comments that speakers made regarding item 12.4 regarding the location of the overcrossing. As I know the council, when they did have that discussion, it was unanimous. One of the locations, the Elliott Edwards line.
Yes.
Could you share with us why that wouldn't be put in this specific, this report?
So it is something that we can add to the resolution. The concern that we had originally was that because Caltrans is leading the effort on this and they haven't completed their environmental document yet, we actually don't have a designated preferred alternative for the project. So if there's interest on council, we can add a whereas into the resolution that states that on July 21st, 2020, the City Council during their study session provided feedback and comments related to the draft initial study mitigated negative declaration for the Highway 101 bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing, which included reaffirmation of the council's preferred or preference for the Edwards-Elliott alternative.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Rogers, was that your question or did you have another one?
Nope, that was my question as well, and I'd be supportive of us including that. So if it works for you, Mr. Mayor, we'll pull that out. I'll pull that off of consent for us to be able to discuss.
Okay, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question for the city attorney. I have received, and I would assume that other council members have received correspondence regarding SRA2 and their concerns about the work being done at the Sam Jones Hall. Can I assume that our legal department is aware of these concerns and is responding where appropriate?
Yes, we are also in communication with the neighboring landowner, and we are working with them to address their concerns.
Thank you very much.
Okay, are there any other questions on the consent calendar? Okay, Madam Vice Mayor, you have this, and I have just, so we're tracking it. We'll pull item 12.4 for further discussion, and 12.5, Mr. Oliveras and Sawyer will be recusing themselves. Nope, you're on mute. I was reading your lips, but others may not have been able to.
Okay. Hopefully I can do it more smoothly than last time with all the different stuff going on. Why don't we move items 12.1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. And I'll wait for a second.
Second.
Was that you, Mr. Sawyer? I'm sorry, my head.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion by the Vice Mayor to move 12, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8, seconded by Mr. Sawyer. Any additional comments from council? Madam City Clerk, could you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes. Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Okay, and then I'll move item 12.5.
Do we have a second?
I will second that.
12.5 motion by the Vice Mayor, second by Mr. Dowd. Any additional comments? Being none, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer. Oh, you're recusing. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 4 ayes. Council members Oliveras and Sawyer recusing, and Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Okay, and then finally, move item 12.4.
Second.
My question, with amended language?
Yeah, correct. With the amended language that we discussed.
Yeah.
Heads are nodding. Thank you. Any additional comments on that? Okay, Madam City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers,
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveris,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming,
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes. Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
All right, thank you for that. So we will go to item 13, public comment on non-agenda items. We'll take our first break after that. So we're now taking public comments on item 13, non-agenda matters. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. We'll take 10 speakers under this item. If we have more than 10 public comments on this item, the remaining speakers will be afforded the opportunity to speak on item 17, non-agenda matters, to provide public comment. Madam Host, would you please facilitate this public comment on agenda item 13?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, now's the time for public comment on non-agenda matters, item 13. And raise your hand via Zoom. If you're dialing in by telephone, please dial *9. Mayor, I'm seeing no additional hands raised for item 13. Do you want to move on to any of the voice message public comments?
Absolutely, thank you.
Item 14.2 report, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. I support this approach to having an acting director from Planning and Economic Development select.
Mayor, my apologies. It looks like we have the wrong audio file on item 13. Can we circle back to hearing that audio file at 17?
Yes, that'll be fine.
Thank you. And there were no email or e-comment public comments received for non-agenda matters.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break now, a 15-minute break. So we'll reconvene, what's that make it? 5:50, 10 minutes to 6. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll reconvene the meeting. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Present.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Olivares.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming. Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Vice Mayor Fleming and Councilmember Tibbetts.
All right, thank you. Mr. City Manager, item 14.1.
Item 14.1, report wildfire annex to existing local hazard mitigation plan and creation of a community wildfire protection plan in compliance with the Healthy Forests Restoration Act. Paul Lowenthal, Assistant Fire Marshal, presenting.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Paul Lowenthal, Assistant Fire Marshal with the Fire Department. Tonight, I will be presenting the Community Wildfire Protection Plan to you. The presentation was originally be given by GeoElements. However, the company dissolved in the end of June prior to being able to bring the plan before you tonight. Diving right into it, the request for a proposal to develop the wildfire annex to the existing local hazard mitigation plan in the form of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan was issued on December of 2018 and awarded to GeoElements. The agreement between the City of Santa Rosa was signed in April of 2019 with the contract ending period ending in June 30th, 2020. A draft of the CWPP was provided to the city in March of 2020. Initially, there was plans to hold a community meeting to share the plan and then finalize it. Due to the pandemic, we were opted to share the plan with the community in lieu of the community meeting. Comments were solicited from the community, incorporated into our edits, and then ultimately moved towards the final draft version of the plan, which was delivered back to the city in May of 2020. The presentation tonight will highlight the important elements of the plan, how it meets the requirements of both the local hazard mitigation plan and the community wildfire protection plan. We'll also touch on key action items that the GeoElements staff has identified as part of the planning process. The plan is designed to lay out the framework for successful programs, including but not limited to vegetation management, home hardening, and defensible space. Next slide. The three elements of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan as required by the Healthy Forest Restoration Acts are shown on this slide. The first requirement is that it is created through a collaborative effort. In addition to the agencies listed here that range from local to federal level, you'll see additional details on the next slide for who is involved. The plan must also prioritize fuel reductions, meaning the fuels that are removed that create the hazardous condition. The action plan identifies and prioritizes areas for fuel treatments throughout Santa Rosa and in some cases outside of our city limits. And the plan includes recommended measures that reduce ignitability of structures. The plan exceeds the requirements of the Healthy Forest Restoration Act by defining the local wildfire problem and potential impacts of climate change, wildfire assessments, which include hazard, risk, ember exposure, defensibility, and separation distance. A lot of technical terms. It also addresses life safety and structural vulnerability issues, which includes a comprehensive action plan beyond fuel treatments within the plan itself. The plan ultimately builds upon the October 2016 City of Santa Rosa Local Hazard Mitigation Plan, providing more specific wildfire assessments and action plans to address the wildfire risks to the City of Santa Rosa. Next slide. It's important to understand that the overall benefit of this plan will have to our city. There's roughly 9,684 parcels within our wildland urban interface. A little over 1,200 of those were vacant and undeveloped, which equals roughly 8,500 homes, and the numbers will continue to climb as people move back into the rebuild areas. The assessor's land value within the wildland urban interface is estimated at $2.25 billion, with improved value within that area of $3.49 billion within the WUI. The WUI, the Wildland Urban Interface, which is the areas within our hillside community, which the plan primarily focuses on, make up 12.5 miles of the city's 40.8 square miles, which is roughly 30.6% of the city. The plan ultimately meets the requirements of FEMA's core capabilities and provides the city with the tools, if implemented, to enhance the protection of life, safety, and improve the resiliency of structures, critical infrastructure, and other assets from wildfire. The initial steps of the city and GeoElements was to develop a public outreach strategy to engage the community and all stakeholders in the development of this plan. Outreach efforts focused on the entire city, not just those that live within our wildland and urban interface, as well as areas outside the city, adjacent to the city within the county. The city identified community and agency leaders to work together as a steering committee for the CWPP. Meetings with this group occurred to provide updates on the planning process. Individuals that included representatives from CAL FIRE, Cal OES, Fire Safe Sonoma, which is a large group within Sonoma County that represents private, public, different civic organizations that I actually serve as a board member on, representatives from Fountain Grove 2 and Oakmont, as well as others. Sonoma County residents that were affected by the 2017 were also included in the steering committee. At the recommendation of the steering committee, a stakeholders meeting was assembled and many agencies and organizations were invited to participate as well. The number of representatives included North Coast Regional Water Control Board, Fire Safe Sonoma, Caltrans, Fountain Grove HOA, Fountain Grove OSMA, CAL FIRE, as well as other agencies and participants as well. Through that process, we were actually able to get some information that we weren't aware of from Caltrans and other agencies for ongoing GIS data that they were able to provide us that assisted with best management practices that were reviewed by North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board. Ultimately, the stakeholders meetings were very beneficial, helped bring a lot of agencies together in the formation of this plan. 3 community CWPP workshops were conducted in August and July of 2019, and the public was given opportunities to ask questions of the consultants and city staff at each of the workshops. In addition to the stakeholders meeting, steering committees, and workshops, we also developed an online survey that focused on a number of topics related to wildfire protection and public safety. The 67-question survey opened in July of 2019 and remained open until October. Over 500 individuals participated in the survey, and the results were provided in the appendix of the plan and also used in the development of the plan as well. Next slide. A key component of the plan was the assessment of our city. The first of 2 key wildfire assessments are presented on this slide. The wildfire hazard assessment is based on model flame length from a wildfire burning under similar conditions to those that occurred during October of 2017. The darker red and salmon shown on this map indicate locations where larger flame lengths, which is basically higher wildfire hazard, can be expected to occur within our landscape. Basically, it's looking at fuels and based on those fuels, how we can expect them to burn. We ultimately want to see more green. Information from this analysis was set to use fuel treatment priorities within vegetation management treatment compartments, which will be later on identified, but ultimately this assessment was used to make recommendations based on models. Next slide. The second slide, the second of the key wildfire assessments is the risk assessment. This map was generated by more than 3,000 computer simulated wildfire conditions. So we basically simulated 3,000 wildfires burning during a typical fire season. Using that 3,000 runs, we used also to help with that data, 27 years of weather records from remote automated weather stations that we have here locally to support the modeled wildfires. So using our topographical features, our fuels, weather, the computer ran multiple 3,000 simulated wildfires and generated risk associated within our community. The risks were mapped into groups, locations that burn most frequently during the 3,000 simulated fires, and designated those areas to be higher overall risk than areas that burn less. What you're seeing is a lot of high risk in the northeast of our city above Skyhawk. That's an area that has not ultimately burned, meaning it was between the Tubbs and the Nuns fire, so there's a lot of fuels in that area that have not burned to date. Next slide. When looking at improving wildfire safety for the community, it's important to acknowledge that the city does not have land ownership partners that would allow us to undertake large-scale hazard mitigation projects. And much of the responsibility for improving fire safety for the community rests on the actual property owners. We don't have control over the areas that need field treatment, so we rely heavily on partnerships and funding on private property. Enforcement of existing weed abatement and structure hardening and defensible space requirements is going to be a key factor for the city against wildfires. The elements are critical to protecting the community. The point of clarification, you've often heard about weed abatement. Weed abatement is a seasonal program, whereas vegetation management will be year-round. Once the basics of weed abatement, structure hardening, and defensible space are sustaining, and then developing MOUs, partnerships to treat vegetation along primary evacuation routes, maintaining city-led vegetation management projects, and supporting work currently being accomplished by citizen groups should be prioritized. Finally, developing new projects through partnerships or leveraging the capacity of HOAs within our community should be undertaken. The hardening of evacuation routes is a pretty key component for us right now, especially given the current circumstances where the county and the city have expedited our evacuation route plans and released them ahead of when we initially planned for. But now that the evacuation routes are public and we've rolled that plan out, hardening those evacuation routes, meaning removing the fuels to make them safer to utilize during a large-scale evacuation or wildfire will become a critical project. Next slide. This slide shows information that's contained within the plan itself. This is an example of a field treatment prioritization, and the prioritizations are based on flame lengths predictions from the modeling. It's a lot of technical terms, but ultimately I promise the plan will be very beneficial for us. The field treatment prioritization is a requirement of the CWPP. So we have to prioritize field treatments based on the models and the data that we gather for the plan. In this plan's treatments are organized at what we are referring to as a compartment level. The compartment is simply an area with similar issues, concerns, and land ownership, and or a controlling organization. GeoElements identified compartments based on existing wildland and urban interface of the city, while also looking outside the city where partnerships need to be developed to address mitigating wildfires we also had to look outside the city where partnerships need to be developed to address wildfire mitigation actions that will ultimately protect the city. So we need to also not only do stuff within the city, but outside the city to prevent something from spreading into our community. Individual units have prioritized field treatment compartments within them. So within each compartment, there's a number of field treatment priorities. But we have not prioritized the overall priorities across the entire city. We've prioritized them within each of the individual compartments. So there's a lot of work to be done to ultimately prioritize everything across the city. We don't want to reduce the HOA's ability to apply for grants. So we also left it a little bit open-ended as well. So there was some intention behind that. Next slide. So existing treatments, attempting to understand the level of existing vegetation management activities that is occurring within the city was one of the first pieces in the development of the overall fuel treatment strategy for the plan. There's vegetation management for defensible space occurring on private properties and around homes. There's weed abatement conducted under the fire department and on large open spaces based on needs associated not only with compliance with our local ordinance, but also as it relates to mitigating fire behavior and allowing for easier suppression by our firefighters. There's also general maintenance being conducted in medians, sidewalks, and other areas around the city that may not be applicable to the overall field treatments. There's been no single point of contact to consolidate all the information. Therefore, understanding the citywide actions was difficult. Moving forward with the vegetation management program through the fire department will allow us to use the background that we have within the programs, knowledge of fire behavior, and relationships with HOAs that are ongoing, and the historical knowledge that we have to address the needs. GLMN's outreached government agencies, HOAs, the OSMA, members of the steering committee to develop the start of the GIS database, which has been handed over to the city. The development of the database involved manually digitizing maps, image files, CAD data, and other various information from a number of different HOA organizations, private property owners, the county, the city, open space, Caltrans. So we've already started working on that centralized database to help with existing and future plans. While it's likely that some work has been missed in this effort, the database provides a solid point from which the city can build upon. The establishment of protocols and the collecting of data from all entities conducting vegetation management actions within the city is going to be a key element for rolling out the plan. Next slide. Several treatments were recommended. There's a map. This is the map of the proposed field treatments and discussed within the steering committee. Some of them are simple. Montecito needs to address a simple action like defensible space. Oakmont already had zones identified through a lot of work they're coordinating through the Oakmont Village Association, so we kept theirs in place, which made their field treatments more dense than others, which worked in their particular case. Overall, 8 treatment units with a total of 51 compartments were developed within the plan. As I stated, Oakmont Village Unit retains their compartment organization to keep them moving in the same direction they had been, but ultimately works it into our plan. Some of the areas outside the city are needed to protect us from future threats and may require MOUs with the county. The 2 units, Reebley Road and Marquest Redwood Old Redwood Highway, are located outside the administrative boundary of the city. But by working with them, we'll attempt to create a buffer from fires burning from the north to better protect Fountain Grove. MOUs or agreements will be needed to develop with the County of Sonoma and private landholders in order to complete work in these units. Compartments are, like I said earlier, compartments are prioritized within each unit, and key actions have been identified within each plan, within the plan. Next slide. Field treatment prescriptive standards were developed for both evacuation routes and field treatment compartments. The guides are based on vegetation types and distance from value in need of protection from wildfire. The prescriptive standard leverage work already being done in parts of our city like Fountain Grove, with the additional standards proposed by GeoElement staff, will work in our advantage as we move forward. Next slide. Addressing structural hardening is one of the other requirements for the CWPP, and is probably the most critical action when it comes to protecting homes from loss during a wildfire. The responsibility for structural hardening falls on the individual property owner. Through actions with the control of individual structures, through actions within the control of individuals, structures can have a greater likelihood of surviving the next wildfire, even if fire equipment is not available to provide direct structure protecting support. The city can facilitate structure hardening actions by enforcement of existing weed abatement and through the development of defensible space and vegetation management plans and programs. We can also support grant applications from local organizations and assist citizens by accessing funding for residential fire hazard structural improvements. The plan provides a summary table of simple actions that property owners can undertake to harden their home against the impacts of wildfire. Next slide. The action plan presented in this plan was designed as a mechanism to track actions which can lead to more fire resilient Santa Rosa. 9 general objective areas with a total of 46 actionable items are provided in the plan. Where appropriate, objectives are tied back to issues or concerns that were raised by the public at outreach meetings and through the online survey. GeoElements worked to outline the responsible individuals that have been proposed for the actionable items in hopes of establishing accountability for carrying out each individual item. We acknowledge that all the actionable items may not be implemented due to budget and priorities, especially given the timeframes we face. However, the next 2 slides identify actionable items we see as key to improving the overall wildfire safety of our city by those of us that participate in the development of the plan. Next slide. So the next 2 slides are some of the key elements, actionable items that were pulled out by GeoElements. Developing a single point of contact to maintain a GIS field treatment tracking program, which is what we talked about. So there's a lot of work that's going to occur, but tracking it over the number of years that it will take to get us established and then keep it going will be critical. It's not just a matter of conducting vegetation management and then calling it good. We'll have to actually establish a long-term program to keep fuels treated. Identify parcel owners along primary evacuation routes and establish agreements with landowners to perform fuel reductions. So as we talked about earlier, evacuation routes is becoming quite the hot topic throughout the community. So working on agreements and grants or other sources of funding will be critical to actually being able to conduct work to ultimately make the evacuation route safer and more usable under extreme conditions. Develop a program to identify and address evacuations of vulnerable populations within the city. Determine the city's wildland urban interface are eligible for the PACE program. The PACE program is Property Assessed Clean Energy Program. So the recommendation is we look into that to help property owners retrofit existing non-conforming structures to current wildland urban interface construction requirements. Next slide. Provide outreach to additional homeowner associations and individuals within the wildland interface fire area to identify existing vegetation treatments that are taking place. Assist in planning and prioritizing where treatments would be beneficial but currently do not exist. Outreach was something that was hit on pretty hard during our community meetings and the feedback we got from our residents. Establish permitting process protocols for the use of prescribed burning. So that's something we've been looking at and have talked about over the last year. There is a strong desire within our community to allow for burning for fuel treatments, especially in some of our areas where there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but they can't easily access the area. So being able to bring crews in, remove brush, limb up trees, and then do open burning in some of our larger open space is one of the things that we're looking at and evaluating for potential use this winter. Utilize Senate Bill 190 to support the development of defensible space. Senate Bill 190 is Dodd's bill, and it revolves around existing laws for defensible space program within the very high fire severity zone. And lastly, create a new full-time position within the fire department to focus on building community relations, coordinating the resident programs, and ultimately implementing actionable items within this plan. And next slide. And that is the end of the PowerPoint presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Apologize for the slurred speech. It's been a long 9 days.
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Lowenthal. And I do want to say I'm very impressed that you were here doing this for us, because you have been an excellent representative of the city of Santa Rosa since the Lightning Complex, LNU Lightning Complex started. So I do appreciate all your efforts and appreciate the work you put into this and then being here to present it for us. So thank you very much. Your efforts are very much appreciated. Council, questions on this report? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Paul, I'm wondering if there was any discussion about cost for implementation, startup costs versus sort of an ongoing amount that we would be looking at for funding.
So we have started, so the last grant that we got related to anything vegetation management related was actually for the development of this plan. Since 2017, we've made multiple attempts at both the state and the federal level, as well as submitting a notice of interest to Cal OES to implement vegetation management, chipper program, education, pretty much anything that you can think of, and have been unfortunately denied time and time again. We have discussed what some of the concepts would be as far as, where do you start? I mean, ultimately, when you look at the number of recommendations on the plan, it's pretty long, and there's a lot of work to be done. So it almost is one of those things where, based on what money we're given, kind of dictates what steps we can start taking. The fuel treatments within our evacuation routes has seemed to bubble up to the top, and we hear about that a lot. But also, we're hearing a lot regarding working directly with our community members, whether it's chipper programs, different things that we can do proactively within specific parts of our community. And really, it's not just a matter of doing a couple chipper events and then calling it good. It's we need to start actually literally targeting specific areas, working in them aggressively, and moving across the city. So it truly will be a multi-year plan. So whether you say, we need literally, whether it's $1 million to kickstart it and start chipping away literally at different programs, was kind of one of the round numbers that we have been talking about. Obviously, that was, a year ago when we were first starting really hard looking at what our options were and what it would take to be effective. A lot of our grants that we had applied for had been around the $600,000 range, but they were short-term, very defined projects. So when you use the $600,000 for a very specific small project as kind of a basis, and we need to do something that's more citywide, clearly it's going to be a lot more than $600,000.
Right. So if I'm the public and I'm looking at slide 5, I don't know if we want to pull that one back up, but it's the significant wildfire assessment map that really shows that area above Skyhawk. If I understood you correctly, we are sort of looking globally in our risk areas and prioritizing within those areas, not particularly choosing, okay, we're going to address Skyhawk first, and then we'll get to Oakmont, and then we'll get to Fountain Grove. But really, as you said, sort of the evacuation routes percolating to the top is within all of those, sort of globally looking at the risk. Is that correct?
Yeah, so yes, there's a number of ways you can look at it. The prioritizations can be set based on the risk. They can be set based on evacuations. There's multiple competing projects, and it will truly be a collaborative process to figure out which ones we're going to try and tackle first, but it also is going to depend heavily on what the funding is that's available. And you're right, I do expect that we're going to hear from a number of our residents and community members that have been very involved in the process and are tracking it and monitoring it to know where we're going to start taking action first. It won't be easy, but it's going to be something that we're going to have to dive in. But also, I think it'll be important to talk about the money that's available and kind of set out a framework of where we're going to be working, how we're going to be working, it will truly require the dedicated body and the staffing and the money to make it work. But, in addition, the plan ultimately, whether or not we can get funding through the city, should make us more successful in applying for grants in the long run. I think that was one of the big pieces that was missing. Not sure if that answered your question or if I talked too long.
No. You definitely did. And I think we were discussing a little bit at the long-term finance meeting last week that this might be a conversation that we have in regard to some of the PG&E money, not the ongoing year-over-year funding for maintenance, but a lot of this is first-time costs, right? That once you've done the vegetation management in an area, it's going to be cheaper to maintain it than it is to do it, to not do it for 10 years and then have to do it again, right? And so I'll be really curious when these two conversations really start to merge around our different funding streams. I did want to mention, because I always am a little bit tickled when past work that I've done meets with council work, but a little over a year ago, I was working for a company that did green energy retrofits and home hardening and whatnot. It actually did do legislation at the state level. It's SB 465 from 2018 that does allow for PACE programs to be used for home hardening. One of the challenges that I think that we'll run into is that the way that we had to get that bill through is it's actually designated by very high fire severity zones, which is from CAL FIRE, not particularly from the wild and urban interfaces that the cities use. So I think probably just if I'm giving you one of the next steps to look for is to see where the very high fire severity zones overlap with our wild and urban interfaces for the city, and it's not easy to tell, but that's the way that the legislation was written. So again, that's SB 465 from 2018, and there are some communities that are using PACE to do that.
Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Paul, very, very much for this great report. I'm curious, sometimes when people go to remove a tree, and we're not Tree City USA for nothing, and it's painful to have to do that sometimes. And I'm wondering if any conversation has been had regarding the costs involved in removing a tree as far as the city goes, getting that permit. It's as hard as it is to think about the removal of certain trees. Once you look at the cost of getting a tree company in to take down a fairly mature tree, and then the city, and then that permit cost as well, can lead to people deciding to drag their feet or not remove a tree at all. I've actually made the decision on one tree that I felt was in decline, and I thought, no, I'm not going to remove it yet. It's about 5 feet from my house. It's a large oak. It's a live oak. It's not a valley oak. But I decided to go ahead and spend the money to have it pruned in hopes that it would actually survive. But it's too close to my house. And I looked at how much it was going to cost to remove it, and I looked at how much it was going to cost me to get a permit, and I decided against it, and it's probably in a dangerous spot. So I'm curious if any conversations have been had about how the city might, through its permit process, encourage people to take that very painful step to remove a tree. Or if that conversation even came up.
That specific conversation did not come up. So that's just the short answer. Though we have talked about tree removal in a couple different ways. Generally speaking, we did solicit one of the notice of interest for the burn area to deal with some of the trees in that area, to look at a program that would allow us to help fund the removal of a lot of the dead and dying trees throughout the burn area, but that was unsuccessful. We've also initiated a process through PED and fire where there's some trees that were not allowed to be removed, whether they're heritage oaks or other things, but we have a process now where if somebody wants to remove them, they can get an assessment from us at the fire department saying that the removal of them will likely improve the ability to withstand a wildfire from flame spread to the structure. And that's been successful. But so we are doing a lot with trees, not specific to what you're asking, but I'm happy to take that conversation back.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question that it'd probably be more appropriate for the city manager versus Paul. But with what I heard during the presentation about the collaboration and the need for that, it seems like there might be an opportunity to work with other jurisdictions I'm just wondering what your thoughts are, if at the city manager group or if at the elected levels, we should maybe look at this. Could we do this together more efficiently and effectively?
Well, I think that one of the clear takeaways is, and it isn't something that surprised us coming away, is the need for cooperation, and that a lot of our direct threat to the city lies in unincorporated. And I think Mr. Lowenthal was pretty direct about that's going to be a need. I think one of the things that the cities, and I'm not going to speak for each individual city, but the cities have requested of the county as consideration of forming a joint powers authority that looks specifically at preparedness. And part of that work could include the vegetation management question. I think one of the challenges with the grants that are out there is that what you're competing essentially for those funds on the federal level. And the more you present yourself as a unified front and you're tackling the problem regionally, the more successful you're going to be at acquiring that financial assistance. So that's a long way of saying, yes, I think we need to have a more rigorous structure and we need more cooperation and long-term commitment to cooperate in a formal way like we have done in other areas. And so we're looking as a group to bring this as a conversation to city managers, as a conversation forward to the mayors and council members meeting very shortly to try to push this, because these issues need to be tackled. They'll get funding if it's a regional effort. The other thing I want to just also tag onto what Mr. Lowenthal said is we lacked this document when we were trying to get funding in the past. This is a critical part of getting funded by the federal government, is that you have the plan so they know exactly what they're funding and how the community is going to approach these issues. It's going to be helpful for us, and it's going to be helpful for those homeowner associations that Mr. Lowenthal referenced to get grants by having this particular document.
I can add just a couple things. So through our CWPP process, we clearly had good relations and partnerships with a lot of the not only local but state agencies as well through the development of the plan. The county is also in the process of developing a countywide community wildfire protection plan and using some of the information contained within ours to develop theirs. So that will help share in some of our needs and as well as some of their needs, because fire doesn't know boundary, right? So that'll be beneficial. The grant piece of it, it seems like it's getting a lot more challenging as the time goes by. And only reason I bring that up is you look at one of the examples of a really good grant that moved forward that was supposed to help with evacuation hardening out of Calistoga Road in the county down through to the city limits. And that had full support of CAL FIRE, plans in place, and they still got denied. So I think what we're seeing right now is, just given the last several years of wildfires in California, it's now you've got everybody under the sun seems to be applying for grants, and it is definitely getting more challenging. Hopefully our plan works out. But as we've seen, we thought originally, following, being the home of the most destructive wildfire, that we would be a prime candidate to receive grants. And I know Chief Gosner, City Manager McGlynn, myself, Fire Marshal Moon were very frustrated for all the work that we've been doing and not to be able to get that funding. So hopefully it works out for us, but it's hard to hang our hat on it. And it's definitely not a guarantee.
Great. Thank you for that additional information. Mr. Sawyer, is your hand up for a new question, or is that asked and answered? Okay. Council, any additional questions of staff on this item? Being none, we're not going to taking public comment on item 14.1. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Madam Host, would you please facilitate this public comment period?
You bet. Again, as the mayor just said, to make a public comment on item 14.1, raise your hand via Zoom. If you're dialing in by telephone, dial *9. There will be a timer on the screen with an audio indicator at the end of the 3-minute comment period. A buzzer will go off if you cannot see the timer. Mayor, I'm not seeing any hands being raised to make a live public comment. Are you okay if we move along to the voice message public comment?
Please do, thank you.
There were no voice message public comments, and likewise, there were no email or e-comment public comments received on this item. And that concludes public comment.
All righty, don't see any additional hands up. Mr. Dowd, you have this item.
Well, I really appreciate the presentation that we had from Mr. Lowenthal and the comments of City Manager McGlynn. I look at this before us tonight. I think we're at the stage where I found myself in my personal businesses, and that is it's impossible to compel events to conform to a plan if you don't even have a plan. And I recognize that there's going to be a lot of difficult moments trying to figure out how we'll finance these things and what things we'll do first, second, third, etc. But I enthusiastically support a motion for the resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, Local Hazard Mitigation Plan Annex in compliance with the Healthy Forest Restoration Act, and waive the reading of the rest of the text with one modification. Since this resolution came from us, continued from the 18th day of August, that last paragraph should be changed if the City Council approves this to the 25th.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any additional comments by anyone on council? And Chris, your hand was up for the second.
No, I just wanted to make a quick comment, just thanking Paul and everybody. This really is an incredible plan. And for folks of the public, it's unfortunate that we didn't have any comments on it, but maybe that's because it's so comprehensive. But this, I think, really is the roadmap for us for the next 10 years on how we need to address what we know as the new normal. It is very good work that was done, and the plan is pretty incredible. I would also suggest, Mr. Mayor, as the chair of the Climate Action Plan, we just had a conversation about what items could be brought to the Climate Action Plan or Climate Action Subcommittee in the next couple of months. And perhaps the discussion around home hardening, it goes hand in hand with our efforts to make homes more resilient and more energy efficient as well. And I know in particular to the PACE program, we have to pass resolutions allowing companies to operate and provide options to our residents. And so perhaps that's a good place for us to have a discussion about both from a fire risk assessment standpoint as well as from a energy retrofit standpoint. Perhaps we can have that discussion at the Climate Action Subcommittee.
Yes, that'd be great. And I'm more than happy to have that conversation with staff to try to get it on the agenda. Any additional comments before the vote? Madam Clerk, could you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveris?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes. Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
All right, thank you. Mr. McGlynn, item 14.2.
Item 14.2, report acceptance of the community involvement strategy for the 2050 general plan update, Waive Council Policy 000-06 and authorize the Director of Planning and Economic Development to appoint members to the Community Advisory Committee. Andy Gustafson, Senior Planner, presenting.
Thank you, Vice.
Excuse me, sorry. We just got unmuted. This is Amy Lyle, Supervising Planner with the Long Range Team here at the city. I was gonna kick off this item if that's okay. All right, I'm just gonna proceed. So good evening, Mayor Schwedhelm, Vice Mayor Fleming, members of the council. Today, we're presenting our community involvement strategy for the general plan update. And we recently kicked off the update process and are laying the groundwork for the important policy discussions. This is arguably the most important land use policy effort for the city and for our residents. And we want to get this right. So we've hired the best of the best when it comes to consultants who have the experience we need to engage the community on a deeper level with a lot of innovation. And we're also very excited about partnerships that we have with Latino service providers and their youth promotores program, and with Kaiser Permanente on incorporating health policy into the general plan. So tonight we'll be asking for your review and acceptance of the community involvement strategy and requests to waive the council policy regarding appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. So I'll be passing off the presentations to our consultants with PlaceWorks MIG. So we have Dan Amsden and Jamila Jordan. And then closing our presentation tonight will be Andy Gustafson, Senior Planner and Project Manager for the General Plan effort. We also have on the call Claire Hartman, Deputy Director of Planning, and Magali Tejas, our Deputy Director of Community Engagement. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dan.
Thank you, Amy, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Dan Amsden with MIG. As Amy mentioned, we have two firms actually combined leading this effort and helping the city, PlaceWorks and MIG. I'm in the role of overall project manager on the general plan, and nice to meet all of you here virtually tonight. So we're really excited about this project and process, and starting off for the city. We know the general plan update has been on a lot of people's mind for quite a while, and it's really an opportunity to engage the community, talk about ways to ensure there's housing for all, improving neighborhood quality, better connectivity throughout the community, and also fostering economic development and community health, as well as many other issues. The general plan is really, as Amy said, the overarching policy document for the city. So a very important process, and also a very thoughtful process, as we'll be talking about tonight, as we engage the community and really look at creative and innovative ways of making sure all items are addressed and all voices are heard. Next slide, please. So I'm going to give just a quick overview of the process. This is a very involved project over about a 3-year period, and there's going to be a lot of reports, materials, analysis, but also engagement as well. Next slide, please. So this is our overall schedule for the project. As you can see, it has about a 35-month time frame, and that's because we're going to be addressing a lot of different issues on the neighborhood level, but also on the citywide level as we go through this process. And really what's key is task line number, or letter B, the second one, which Jamila Jordan and MIG is going to be talking about a little more detailed here in just a moment. But the extensive community involvement process that flows throughout this entire project and really influences every phase and product and item as we move through this. Some key things to note on this: we are looking to form a community advisory committee that can really be a voice of the community, but also liaisons to reach out to different neighborhoods, make sure people are being engaged and involved, in addition to the more formalized process done by staff and the consultant team. We also have a technical advisory committee, which is really a staff committee of department heads and leaders throughout city staff that will be heavily involved throughout the project, as well as a series of community engagement events and milestones that include, surveys, workshops, online events as well. So a lot of involvement throughout this process, but it's also key to note, we will be meeting with the Planning Commission and City Council as well throughout this process. One, to update you on what we're hearing from the community, but also to discuss and get feedback on draft ideas, alternatives, ultimately policies, environmental analysis as well. Next slide, please. So we are here, which is the very beginning of this process. But over the last few months, we've had some important discussions with the community around the involvement process and really thinking about how to make this not only creative, but inclusive as we move forward so all voices are being heard. Next slide, please. With that, I will pass it over to Jamila Jordan to discuss and present the community involvement strategy.
Thank you, Dan. So good evening, everyone. My name is Jamila Jordan with MIG, and it's a pleasure to be with you all here tonight. Thank you so much for having us. I'm going to share briefly about our community involvement strategy. And this is the high-level framework that we'll use to guide the engagement program for the general plan process. Let's go to the next slide, please. So we refer to the community involvement strategy as the CIS, just for brevity. And this document really outlines the key strategies, methods, our target audiences, the communication tools, and also our timeline for implementing the overall engagement program. Next slide. So we have a multidimensional approach to how we will conduct the engagement for the general plan process. And one of the first things I want to mention is around leveraging local networks and tapping into the existing community engagement efforts that are already ongoing throughout Santa Rosa. You have a really robust, active, passionate set of stakeholders and community members, and we want to tap into that to help us reach an even broader array of community members as we move through the process. We also want to identify barriers to participation, and that may involve language barriers, geographic barriers to accessing meetings or events, time constraints as well. That, you know, we all are super busy people, and there's so many demands on our time nowadays. So we want to anticipate that and mitigate those barriers to participation as we move through the program. We also want to meaningfully and authentically collaborate with community members and have them be active participants throughout the entire process and having their input really guide the decision-making along with other stakeholders. We want to create opportunities for people to participate, and that includes providing multiple and varied ways that they can engage with the process. Community members who may not traditionally participate as well, and that includes youth or limited English proficient individuals, disadvantaged community members. We want to make sure that everyone has a voice at this process. And then we also want to build the long-term capacity for civic engagement, not only for this effort, but beyond. Next slide, please. So we want to cast a really wide net. And as you may have seen in our CIS document, we've outlined a number of community members, community leaders, stakeholders who we want to engage. It's a broad range, including community organizations, neighborhood associations, faith-based organizations, educational institutions, as well as their students, businesses and large employers, large and small, city and county departments, elected officials as well, such as yourselves. Next slide, please. And here you see some of our guiding principles for our CIS document. And I've mentioned a couple of them already, but I want to highlight a few more. And the first one is interwoven equity. And we really are committed to weaving equity into not only our process, but also all of the products associated with the general plan. So it's going to be woven very deeply and intentionally throughout the document. Inclusive and flexible is another one. We want to proactively reach out to the full range of community members. And this includes using a mix of creative and traditional approaches. And pardon that dog barking in the background, I apologize. So inclusive and flexible is a really key component. In addition to that, high touch and high tech. And for us, this means high touch means going out into the community, really having a grassroots approach to how we engage with residents, stakeholders, you name it. This could be going to pop-up events, meeting at the grocery store, the football field, the soccer fields as well. And then you have high tech. And we recognize that during COVID-19, we aren't able to engage with people the way we might have done maybe even a couple of months ago. And so we have to adapt and modify our approach. And so there's a real high tech component, a virtual component. We're on a virtual meeting right now. And so this is a really key element of our approach as well. So using social media, using the website, using webinars, conversations like these through Zoom, other channels for us to connect with people at their leisure and at their convenience. Another one I want to mention is respect. And we live in times right now where there's so much hostility, volatility, and so much going on and issues that we're all dealing with. And we want to demonstrate our commitment to acting with respect for everyone from all walks of life and to welcome and engage them in the process in a meaningful way. So this is a really key component. Also acknowledging power dynamics that exist as well. So these are some of our principles as we'll move through the process. Next slide, please. So the Community Advisory Committee is an item in this really broad, robust, dynamic approach that we're really excited about. And it's a key component of the CIS for us to form this Community Advisory Committee, or the CAC. And it'll be composed of a diverse and broad cross-section of Santa Rosa community members. And they'll serve as liaisons or ambassadors to ensure that we're reaching a really broad array of community members. We want to go deep, we want to be broad, and we feel as though it's really great and helpful to leverage community members who already have strong networks to help us do that. And the CAC will meet at key points in the process. We want to engage them from the beginning all the way up into adoption. And they'll provide feedback on key work products such as our city profile, this existing conditions analysis, the land use and circulation alternatives, and then ultimately the general plan as well. So we are excited to kick this process off with them and to have them be real partners in this process. Next slide, please. So I know this is a bit of an eye test, but hopefully you were able to see it in the attachments there. But this basically outlines our 5-phase approach, and you can see that we've highlighted which items are virtual, which are in person, and then which of our activities are a hybrid of both. And then you can see the various work products that are associated. So community members can see where their input will impact certain products as we move through the process. Next slide, please. So community conversations, we had a really great initial round of community conversations. And one of the first things that we did was that we posted the draft CIS on the General Plan Update website and wanted to give 30 days for review to collect additional input. We felt that it could be perhaps refined further based on community ideas and feedback. And so we posted that on the website, and we promoted it via social media, targeted emails to community partners and organizations, and got some good feedback. So let's go to the next slide so I can tell you about that. So we had 4 virtual meetings and 2 community conversations, one in English and one in Spanish. We also had a presentation and discussion with the Community Advisory Board and Santa Rosa together, and got some really good input as to how we can strengthen and further augment the CIS. Next slide. So we talked to about 60 people or so, and received as well 70 comments or questions through those channels as well. And some of the feedback that we heard was that community members suggested that we focus the GPU at the neighborhood level, and wanting to be sure that neighborhood challenges and opportunities and assets are uplifted and elevated to a level of importance throughout the general plan. They also discussed with us the importance of forming the CAC so that it includes not only neighborhood experts, but also topical experts who can cover a wide range of issues and ideas and perspectives that are currently going on in Santa Rosa. Next slide, please. In addition to that, we have feedback around the range of opportunities for digital engagement, and wanting to be sure that, we acknowledge the pandemic right now and in the coming years, and to be creative with our approach. And we were really gratified to hear that, because it validated what was already in the CIS. So we felt like we were getting some things right there. So in our approach, we included a video series, Facebook Live meetings, texting, social media, other ways to virtually connect with the community. We also, as Dan mentioned, we are partnering with Latino service providers, and they have already been a really fantastic partner as we have gotten the process underway. And we want to ensure that we're engaging fully and wholeheartedly the Hispanic, Latino, Latinx community, and that they're involved throughout the entire project. And so that's one area of focus that was elevated, and that we also have been very mindful of. And then the last one I want to share is to ensure that the engagement process overall really responds to and addresses the digital divide. And we recognize that everyone doesn't have access to the internet. Some people may not have smartphones either. And so to be sure that our approach takes that into consideration, and that we support people of all ages, all races, all ethnicities, all sexual orientations and abilities to engage fully and wholeheartedly in this effort that will really guide the future of Santa Rosa. So with that, let's go to the one more slide here. And I believe I'm going to turn it over to Andy Gustafson for this slide. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Jamila. I'm assuming my voice can be heard. And so tonight, there are basically three actions. One is this presentation that Jamila did of our community involvement strategy, and we're asking the council to accept that tonight, and that'll be our blueprint for moving forward as we work on this 3-year general plan update. The second part is that we're asking that the council waive by motion its policy regarding policy 00006 regarding the appointment of members to boards and commissions, and in this case to the community advisory committee that we seek to form. And then finally, that you authorize the Planning and Economic Development Director the authority to make those appointments throughout this program as needed. The reason we're asking for the waiver is that we have found with our experience in the downtown area specific plan update that allowing this committee to form with a membership that's nimble and can change over time is very strategic and helpful. And that in this case, the general plan update, we anticipate that we're going to be coursing through a range of issues, and we will have opportunity to tap into new talent as we go along that might be focused on an issue. So it provides us a great deal of flexibility. It's important to note that the Community Advisory Committee is not a policy-making committee. Dan mentioned earlier that it is a body of liaisons, people who are enthused and want to engage in the civic life and be a part of the general plan update. People will go out into the community and generate interest and also help to educate and bring comments back to us. The CAC will be very complementary to the city's formal process, where we will be meeting with various boards and commissions in the council through public hearings to vet specific policy ideas and alternatives. But in the CAC, we're really seeking a nimble organization that will be really representative or expressive of the diverse neighborhoods, the socioeconomic, cultural cross-section of our city, as well as a group that spans all ages, from the youth to the elderly, to people who are actively working, to people who are engaged in specific topic areas in our community. We will form that committee through an application process, working closely with our new public engagement or community engagement director, Magali Tellis. We're very excited to collaborate with her on this, as we will throughout the general plan update process. So the request is to waive that policy by motion this evening, and then also to authorize the Director of Planning and Economic Development to make that selection, and we'll begin that process immediately. So that concludes my part and the final part of the presentation with the recommended action before you. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Andy. Council, any questions on that presentation? Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I have something I'd like to throw out, and it's either something that the council will consider of value or not. And I have the item as I'm asking now before we get, so lest we get bogged down with it. But I was wondering, and this may not even be legal to do, actually, given how we function, how we are required to function. But I was wondering if the council has any desire to have an opportunity to review the initial staff recommendation on the composition of the CAC. Not any future changes, just the initial, that it would have to be still covered under, it couldn't be public because the people that would be potentially on the list that might not be contacted, we would have to be discreet. I mean, it would have to be something that we were given an opportunity to review and make comment if chosen. And no, there would be no. I'm not looking for an ability for the council to say I don't want this person on there, but having a review, being able to review the initial composition would be might be of value. I'm just throwing that out there to the council. It's not a matter of not trusting staff. It's the council has relationships with many people in the community, and they. I think that there could be some value in reviewing the initial list of staff's recommendation.
So you're posing that question for your colleagues on the council?
Yes, and whether there's any traction or any desire to have that initial review of that list in advance of the decisions being finalized by staff.
And staff would be more than welcome to bring back that initial list.
Madam City Attorney, can we do that?
Yes, actually, I have a couple of comments, and I'm glad you raised the issue of having this selected, the members appointed by the department. So yes, you could review the recommended composition of the committee, but it could not be done confidentially. It would have to be done in an open session. I don't see a way to bring it into a closed session situation. But certainly if the council was interested in seeing that review prior to its finalization, that's fine. But the other thing that I want to raise is that staff is proposing to waive the council policy 000-06. Because that policy is adopted by resolution, the waiver of that policy will also have to be done by resolution. I would suggest that if the council is supportive of that we come back at the next meeting on consent with the appropriate resolution. So you can go ahead and have your conversation this evening, but we would come back at your next meeting on consent.
And just to respond to that, I mean, what would be what I would not be looking for, because it would place individuals in a uncomfortable position, would be, if there was a name that came up or an organization that I had a relationship with and felt that there might be some reasons why I might have a little heartburn about moving forward with that particular organization or that particular individual. And not that the staff would have to respond to that heartburn, but I would have to explain that. And while the person is in the audience. And that would put them in an uncomfortable position. It would put me in an uncomfortable position. And the only way I would want to go forward with this would be if it was like it would normally be, me doing my due diligence and thinking about people that I might want to serve. So given that need to have it a public discussion after the list comes out, I think that would be more detrimental than helpful. So I actually, given that requirement, I'm going to withdraw my suggestion that we have any input, any initial input or any input into this initial composition. So that's the part of what I was thinking of whether we could avoid it, and I figured that we would not be able to do that. So I will withdraw the request.
Okay, but I think still some folks want to respond. Mr. Dowd, did you have any comments after hearing what Mr. Sawyer said?
Well, I'm trying to find a way to suggest at least some form of modification to the request, and not being opposed to necessarily having that economic and planning department make selections of these committees of the CAC, but I really think that it ought, just as John Sawyer said, it ought to come to the city council either through a city council subcommittee or to the full city council. And as City Attorney Gallagher said, it would have to be an open session, but just to have it vetted, because I think members of the city council will be bombarded with questions. How does person or entity included? So I think there ought to be some form of review included in it from the city council perspective, not making the appointments, but just an analysis. That's my comment.
Yep. Mr. Mayor, may I
Please.
Comment? If the council was to if the mayor was to create an ad hoc committee to take a look at the list, that would not necessarily need to be a public meeting. So that would be an option. It would not be the entirety of the council, but it would be a subcommittee.
Okay. Vice Mayor Fleming.
Yeah, Mr. Sawyer is far more genteel than I am. I have no problem having a conversation as we regularly do, and I'm wondering through the mayor, if I could ask the city attorney, can we do it how we do all our board and commission member appointments with those brief 5-minute interviews, and then we vote publicly?
Yes, you would be able to do that.
Okay.
Indeed, in that way, I'm not sure why you would need. Well, I guess you'd still waive portions of 00006. So, yes, you could certainly do that.
Would that, through the mayor, is it okay if I speak directly to Councilmember Sawyer?
Oh, please.
Okay. Oh, okay, cool. John, what do you think about us doing it in that way, and then we sort of spare people the embarrassment of being, publicly evaluated?
That sounds like a good alternative. I think part of what I was concerned about was slowing down the process, and I'm not sure. I don't think that would slow it down. It would be, I think, a healthy way to move forward. A good alternative so as not to embarrass anyone. And that's really what I'm trying to avoid, because these are, public individuals in our community willing to come forward and help. And the last thing I would want to do is have their experience be negative. So I think that sounds like it would, if it doesn't slow down the process, I think that could be a healthy alternative.
Okay, I'm glad that we can agree on that. It will be interesting to see what the other council members say. What I wanted to add is the reason why I would like us to be able to have some say in it is that as we're moving toward district elections, I think that we're going to want to each make sure that our districts are represented and that we have the kind of representation that the City Council is committed to in terms of diversity and equity. And that's an awful lot to put on a staff member who may be looking at things just operationally or so forth. Not to say that our staff members wouldn't do it but perhaps better than we would, but at the very least, we can take responsibility for the outcome here. And so that is the reason why I'm interested in us having some say in this. But I'm interested to hear from my council members.
All right, Mr. Rogers.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So not to complicate things even further, but exactly to the point that the Vice Mayor was just saying, I do remember that there were issues almost 10 years ago when the charter review committees were being the charter review committee was being put together, and it came out that everybody had a couple of picks, and then it turns out that everybody sort of acknowledged that there wasn't adequate representation from specific components of our community as well. So I was going to offer a hybrid between what Councilmember Sawyer and Councilmember Fleming were offering, which is that staff goes through this process the way that's proposed in the staff documents. And at the end of it, each council member gets to look at the list and appoint one person where no other council member can veto, where we can look at it and the vice mayor can say, oh, we're underrepresented in my community. I want to appoint somebody for my community. Or it allows us to look at it and say, demographically, this doesn't represent our community. We can appoint somebody to help fix that as well. So that way we don't slow down the process and we also don't subject everybody to public scrutiny, but rather it allows council members to sort of correct an imbalance if we see one.
Any additional questions or feedback for that? And Mr. Sawyer, for me, it's I would like to have a voice in it, not necessarily a say in it. And so I would think that staff would want to solicit from each council member a number of folks. And if you wanted to say like 25, was the total number, which I think I saw was kind of the sweet spot for the size of the CAC. You can do a variety of modified formats, but if each council member provided names, of their choosing to staff and they come up with a composition, I could see I could support a modification of what Mr. Rogers just said, saying, yeah, I want one sure thing, and the rest, because staff, I think, understands these discussions. And I think it ultimately should be their decision, because doing the interview process, I think that is going to slow down the process. And for me, I don't think those are the most comprehensive interview processes I've ever been involved with. Again, 5 minutes, what do you really know in those 5 minutes? So I'm suggesting more that if staff were to solicit from every council member of, please submit eligible people that you think you could support serving on this committee, that gives a pool of resources that staff could then select and choose from. So what I would like to do, though, is now open up. Are there any other questions other than this? And I know, Mr. Sawyer, you may have some more questions after we hear from members of the public prior to you making that motion. So are you okay if we see if there's any other questions? Reading your lips saying, sir. Are there any other questions from council regarding the staff report? So I do have one regarding the community outreach. And I noticed the two on the staff report, the two meetings that we had, both virtual. We had 23 at one and 11 only at the other. And it sounds like, yes, we go through our normal channels, but for me, that's, how do you have 23 people or 11 people representing the interest of the whole community? And so I don't know, again, if this would be for Amy or Andy, have we thought about more outreach to existing groups? And I'll use the example of schools, because whether they know it or not, people are in high school, and right now this general plan is going to affect them a lot. I know I met with one government group, there are 60 individuals there. So I was invited to that class, had feedback from 60 different individuals. And I'm just suggesting that if our community outreach, maybe Magali is already planning some of this, but actually reach out to some of the high school students, and same thing with some of the seniors. And I know, and the city manager may be able to speak of this, I know our recreation and park staff has reached out to seniors who have participated in a lot of our recreation and parks program. And it's certainly more than 23 or 11 that we've had. It just seems like we can't continue to do the same thing and expect we're going to get different results. Now, conversely, when we had our Finley Safe Social Distancing site, we had 400 folks participating in that. So how do we generate that level of interest on this substantial land use document that we are now participating or starting to create?
Yes, thank you for that question. This is Amy Lyle. I'm actually going to pass that off to our consultant team to talk about the targeted outreach we did for the community involvement strategy itself.
Thanks so much, Amy. So great question, Mr. Mayor. And, we were really committed to a wide range of outreach for this effort. And mind you, this is just for the community involvement strategy, not for anything related immediately to the plan itself in terms of key community conversations on the plan elements, from traffic and circulation to open space to economic development. So we were only asking people to come and share their thoughts about the CIS document and how we should engage the broader public. With that being said, though, we connected with community members via targeted e-blast distributions posted on our website. There were some radio announcements, both in English and in Spanish as well as a number of different posts on social media. And so we covered our basis there, as well as some additional outreach support from Latino service providers. So we feel like we covered some of our channels, but we can always do better. And I appreciate your feedback and comments around that. And so we have a number of different ways where we plan to do that as we get into the overall process. But I think that it certainly is worth perhaps investigating more, talking with some of the schools, as you mentioned, the students as well, and other community partners as we get the process underway.
Yeah, thank you for that, because, and again, this is not the only community outreach that the city of Santa Rosa has done. And it's always been interesting to me that, so let's just take the 34 folks that provided feedback via those 2 engagement opportunities. Is that enough information before it becomes redundant? Or would you say, no, we want to hear from 150 different folks from a variety of different efforts? Can you tell me how you balance that? The number of, yeah, we've been pushing a lot of things out versus the number of people who actually we heard from?
Mm-hmm. Right. That's a great question. And so we pushed out quite a lot and posted it well in advance and gave people ample opportunity to chime in and give input. And we didn't hear from a large number of them at this point. And I think given all that's going on in the world, people's attention's being pulled in different directions, this maybe wasn't the ultimate priority for someone on a Saturday at 10 o'clock. And so we understand that and want to recognize that we want to give them other opportunities to chime in and be a part of the process as we move forward. And so this was the first of many. And we also want to do some targeted outreach to other organizations as well. Latino service providers, I mentioned, LOCIEN. We talk with the Community Advisory Board. We talk with Santa Rosa Together, all in an effort to hear from and tap into the perspectives of broader community members. And so I think that we can do better, though, is what I'm hearing from you. And we have some good ideas in place as to how we can do that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And kind of the metric I look for is that I don't think any of us on council want to have to respond to a community member said, I had no idea this effort was going forward. Now, how you accomplish that, that's why we pay for consultants to try to do that outreach. So that's kind of where the view that I'm looking at it from. Please don't put us in the position where some members of our community had no idea that this general plan and the significance of this general plan was going on in the community at this point. So anyway, that's the frame of mind I'm coming from.
Absolutely. And we hear that, Mr. Mayor, and are committed to doing deep and broad outreach and not putting anyone in the position to have to defend why someone didn't hear about it. And so we're going to do what's required and then some. We want to excel beyond what is kind of the standard approach to engagement. We want to go deeper. We want to focus on communities that have often been neglected through these processes, people who traditionally don't participate in these processes. We have a really equitable and inclusive approach to this, and we're just getting started. So this is really good feedback and input as we move forward.
Great, thank you for that. Mr. Rogers. Okay, your hand's not up. All right, any additional questions for staff? Okay, then let's see, we're now taking public comment on item 14.2. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Madam Host, would you facilitate this portion of the public comment for item 14.2?
You bet, Mayor. Thank you very much. The first public comment will be from Pat. Pat, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I've unmuted my microphone and I can see the timer.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Council members, I am Pat Cuda and I'm co-chair of Santa Rosa Together, speaking in support of the community involvement strategy. Santa Rosa Together has reviewed your CIS and had the opportunity to engage in-depth conversations with your planning staff and the consultants, and look forward to ongoing collaboration with the process to assist and assure community participation. We have two areas of comment. First, we strongly urge you to support the authorization of the Director of Planning and Development to appoint the members of the Community Advisory Committee. We understand that a council-appointed committee will bring Brown Act regulations that will hamper the ability for the committee members to communicate and collaborate outside of posted meetings and flexibility throughout the process. Our next comments are addressing the CIS. An earlier version of Section 2, entitled Approach, included a statement of commitment to identify barriers to participation, quote, especially community of color and low-income populations in the general plan process. We sincerely hope this omission was an oversight and will be restored to the CIS document. Under Section 3, Guiding Principles, an earlier version of the principle Respect included the statement, we acknowledge that power dynamics are always present and we create opportunities for power to be shared, openly discussed, and addressed. We advocate that this consideration be included in the final version. In Section 5, Phases of Engagement, the activity phase states that the Community Advisory Committee will be scheduled for up to 10 meetings. We'd like to increase this limit to at least 12 meetings. We further recommend that a minimum number of CAC members and quorum rules be established. We suggest that a more detailed description of the duties be provided. We also recommend that there be an application process for self-nominees. We commend the staff for its successful award of the Kaiser Permanente Healthy Cities Grant, which will allow for the inclusion of a more robust, healthy communities focus, as well as targeted outreach to the Latinx community. Under Task C5, Council and Commission presentation, the draft vision statement for the general plan will be reviewed by 3, Community Advisory Committee, the Cultural Heritage Board, and the Planning Commission. We encourage that this be broadened to include the Board of Community Services and the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee. Next, an earlier version of the CIS included in the metric of success that we, quote, we will strive to reach all households and businesses in the city. We would like to see this included in this version. Finally, we feel that there should be a stated commitment to measure and document each metric included in the statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Mayor, I see no additional hands being raised. Are you okay if we move along to the voice message public comment?
Yes, please do.
Thank you.
Item 14.2 report, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. I support this approach to having an acting director from Planning and Economic Development select members of a community advisory committee for the General Plan Update 2050. Unfortunately, it brings to mind the fact that it may be the same old folks, the status quo, the establishment people, who plan for an entire city that is very diverse, much different than it was 20 years ago. And now it's almost up to 190,000 people. It would be really nice if you perhaps put all of the candidates for city council onto this. That gives you people from each quadrant, and they volunteered. You know that they want to try to help our community, and then those that get elected, they'll just do what they do. It's really important that we get some diversity, and not just of ethnicity and race, but also of individual thought, some diversity of opinion. There you go. That would be something that'd be really nice to have during a general plan update all the way out to 2050 here in our town, which is essentially Sprawlville now, but still the downtown forces control everything and things aren't getting done. All those goals that have been set over the last 20 years, so many of them haven't been reached. So think outside of the box. Put all of those people that volunteered to try to be on the city council onto the Citizens Advisory Committee for the 2050 General Plan Update. And remember, that would be your way to get true environmental justice, which is now a consideration for the elements of general plans according to California state law, something Santa Rosa has never done. It should be quite interesting. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, that concludes the voice message public comment, and there were no email or e-comment public comments submitted.
Okay, thank you for that. Council, any additional questions before we see what Mr. Sawyer would like to offer? No? Mr. Sawyer, you have this item.
I do, thank you, Mayor. And I wanted to get some clarification on Mr. Rogers' recommendation, because I heard there are a couple of variations out there. I also wanted to check in with the Vice Mayor and see how that resonated with her, because we were also going down the road of interviews, if you will. Could you reiterate your recommendation, Mr. Rogers?
I don't know that I really had a recommendation.
Is it just one?
I was trying to find a middle ground, because I agree with the mayor that interviewing more than 25 people with 5-minute blocks is going to be a significant barrier with everything else that we're doing. So I figured that my recommendation would be that staff would bring us 18 people that they had selected, and then each council member got to look at the list, see what was missing in terms of equitable representation for our community, and then we each got to appoint one person, no questions asked.
Adding that final 7. Vice Mayor, what do you think?
You know, I think maybe I weighed into it too hastily. I think I'd like to hear from the public, or having heard from the public. You know, I'm just not really sure. I'd be interested to hear from the rest of the council, and you know, feel uncomfortable going against the staff recommendation. I wanted to try to balance out, you know, the concerns that you brought up, but maybe I was too hasty in a recommendation.
Well, let me throw something out. I think it was 10 years ago, and it was the Charter Review Committee, and we ended up with although a qualified body, it patently lacked diversity. And we learned a very good lesson as a council when we announced our appointees. And I can virtually guarantee that this council is not going to be making that mistake, and I was one of those on the council at that time that realized that did not do a good enough job of respecting diversity on that committee. So I know that that's going to be in the forefront of our selection. I'm actually comfortable with having one person that would be kind of my favorite pick, I guess, after we see who the staff comes up with, and then fill in with that last 7. They would be in the minority. They would, 7 out of 25. So it might, to my mind, it is a reasonable compromise. Not sure how to put it into the language, but I would be okay with that.
Mr. Sawyer, would you like to see a straw vote on that, just to kind of get a flavor? I know we did that.
Yeah,
that the more that I think about it, and I love our council, but we're not actually really good at diversity on this council. And I think that we might have a better shot of making it less political and more diverse, especially since diversity, equity, and inclusion is now a council goal if we make it clear to the staff that that's a requirement. And I don't mean to call us out, but I mean, we don't have to look that much. We don't have to look 10 years back to see that mistake.
So, Mr. Sawyer, would you like to see a straw vote real quick on that 18 and 7 conversation? No.
That would be helpful.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, this is Claire Hartman, Deputy Director for Planning. Before you go through the straw vote, I do want to make sure you're fully informed of the implication of if the council appoints, and even if they only appoint 7 members and not the full, I think it'd be important to find out if that would be subject to the Brown Act or not, which is the real intent in terms of, responding to what we've heard from the community. They want flexibility, want fluidity, and that is what we're seeking with the waiver. So I just want you to be informed if that would impact that. And alternatively, instead of appointing, you could consider a veto. And I don't know if that would impact Brown Act implications.
Thank you for that, Claire. Madam City Attorney, could you shed some light on that, your opinion?
Yes, who appoints is not going to determine applicability of the Brown Act. We can set up this committee in a way that that it is not a Brown Act committee. So whether a certain number are appointed by the council, that's not going to tip the balance in terms of the Brown Act.
So going forward with picking one each, we would not create an environment that would make them less nimble. That would not trigger the Brown Act.
Right. We would, again, we'll come back with the resolution and we'll set up what the nature of the committee is. And that may be what Ms. Hartman's concern is in terms of what is the nature of this committee, advisory committee. But again, I think we can structure it around that issue. Not to suggest that we're trying to avoid the Brown Act, but just to ensure that it's a nimble group. I just don't think who appoints the members is going to be determinative in terms of application of the Brown Act.
Okay, thank you for that. So let's go ahead. Mr. Sawyer said it would help if we just do a straw poll. If we can just do the thumbs up, thumbs down, or neutral, I could live with it. I support it, live with it, or can't do it. And again, that's for what we heard Mr. Rogers recommend. Staff recommends 18. The final 7 would be filled out by 1 appointee from each of the council members. Is that accurate, Mr. Sawyer, what you're wanting to hear?
I believe so.
Okay, let's see a straw poll. Where you at, Mr. Dowd? That's a thumbs up. Vice Mayor, did you have a?
Yes.
You get the information you wanted, Mr. Sawyer?
I do. Now there's the challenge of putting this into writing, because what it's not what we are somewhat following the recommendation with the hybrid. And so Madam City Attorney, do you have some recommended language or even Mr. Rogers to insert the 7 appointed by the council into this recommendation?
If I may, my recommendation would be that the council take action by motion with respect to the council's acceptance or non-acceptance of the community involvement strategy. But again, the waiver of the city council policy 000-06, we're going to need to bring that back with a resolution. And so we will incorporate the language that you've just set forth, which would be that staff will appoint, or the Director of Planning and Economic Development will appoint 18 members, and that each council member will then appoint 1 additional member, so that there's a total of 25 members of the CAC.
So then we'll continue, then this would be, what any formal action then tonight, or just?
Yes, you may go forward if you would like, in terms of accepting by motion, accepting the community involvement strategy for the general plan update. And the item does not need to be continued. We will simply bring back on consent in 2 weeks at our next meeting the resolution to waive the city council policy and to set forth the process for appointment of the CAC members.
So moved.
I was hoping you're going to say that.
Second.
I think I heard Mr. Rogers is the first second. So there's a motion by Mr. Sawyer, second by Mr. Rogers. Council, any additional comments? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, could we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes. Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Council and City Attorney.
And City Attorney, yes. And everybody.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break before we hear our public hearing. So we'll reconvene at 7:45. Madam City Clerk, are you ready to roll?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll reconvene the meeting. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming? Vice Mayor Fleming? Mayor Schwedhelm?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Vice Mayor Fleming and Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, item 15.1.
Item 15.1, public hearing, pre-zone for annexation 5 parcels adjacent to Santa Rosa city limits within the urban growth boundary and are located at 3110, 3111, 3114, 3119, and 3122 Santa Rosa Avenue. Susie Murray presenting.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. The project before you is a pre-zoning for 5 properties along Santa Rosa Avenue. This item was continued from the meeting of August 18th. Next slide, please. Again, it consists of 5 properties. 2 properties are being proposed to be pre-zoned into the general commercial, the CG zoning district, and the other 3 into the R318 zoning district, which is both districts are consistent with their general plan land use designations, which I'll demonstrate in a future slide. Next slide, please. So in this slide, what you can see, the pink line identifies the city limits. To the north of the pink line, the city of Santa Rosa. To the south of the pink line is county, and the area highlighted in gold is the area being pre-zoned on both the east and west side of Santa Rosa Avenue. Next slide, please. Can you advance again so we get the print? Thank you. The area on the adjacent to 101 and on the west side of Santa Rosa Avenue is our commercial, is consistent with the general plan land use of retail and business services, and that's the area that will be pre-zoned into the general commercial zoning district. And the area on the east side, the triangle, will go into a multifamily residential zoning district, which is consistent with the medium density residential general plan land use. Next slide. So this project has been around for a while. We first started talking to the applicants back in 2017. In 2019, we received the project applications for 4 of the 5 properties. At a neighborhood meeting in November of 2019, another person expressed interest in adding the 5th property, and we received the revised scope of work in January of 2020, and the Planning Commission approved the project or approved the recommendation of the Council in May of 2020. The next slide, please. These are images of what the project site looks like now. Most of them they're all operating with vehicle-related businesses, either storage, rental, vehicle sales. Next slide, please. And here's that general plan land use slide that I was promising. The area that's being pre-zoned here is outlined in green. Red identifies retail and business services on the general plan land use diagram, and the orange identifies medium density residential. Next slide, please. The project has been found in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act because, whoops, excuse me, I dropped the pen. because it is consistent with the general plan land use diagram. Next slide. There were no issues identified as part of staff's review. We did receive one comment from a neighbor concerned about site contamination. There is no development proposed as part of this project. So that would be examined at a future date if when development is proposed. And I also already mentioned that a neighbor opted to join the annexation or the pre-zoning process. So next slide, please. So with that, it is recommended by the Planning Commission and the Planning and Economic Development Department that the council by ordinance pre-zone for annexation into the city the properties at 3111 and 3119 Santa Rosa Avenue to the CG General Commercial Zoning District, and the properties at 3110, 3114, and 3112 to the R318 Multifamily Residential Zoning District, both consistent with the general plan. Next slide. That concludes my presentation. Here's my contact information if anybody listening has questions after this evening, and I'm available for questions now, as are my applicants.
Thank you, Susie. We'll bring it to council. Any questions for staff? Seeing none. This is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing. And public hearing on item 15.1, pre-zone for annexation of the 5 parcels that Susie just mentioned is now open. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Madam Host, would you please facilitate this public comment hearing or public comment portion of the public hearing?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, like the mayor said, if you wish to make a public comment during the public hearing for item 15.1, please raise your hand via Zoom. If you're dialing in, dial *9 to raise your hand. Mayor, I do not see any hands being raised. Are you okay if we move forward to the voice message public comments?
Sure.
There were no voice message public comments for this item, and likewise, there were no email nor e-comment public comments for this item.
Okay, seeing no one wanting to address the council or seeing or hearing anyone who wants to address the council on this item, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Any additional questions? Seeing none, Mr. Oliveras, you have this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Introduce ordinance of the City of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa pre-zoning the properties located at 3111 and 3119 Santa Rosa Avenue into the CG General Commercial Zoning District, and the properties located at 3110, 3114, and 3122 into the R-3-18 Multifamily Residential Zoning District, file number ANX 19-001, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Oliveras, second by Mr. Rogers. Any additional comments? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, could you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming has left the meeting, and Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes. I'm sorry, 5 ayes, with Vice Mayor Fleming and Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
All right, thank you. Mr. City Manager, item 15.2.
Item 15.2, public hearing, rezone the properties at 3991 and 3995 Sebastopol Road to their R-1-6 single family residential zoning district consistent with the general plan land use designations of low density residential. And once again, Susie Murray presenting.
Hello again. This is another item that was continued from the August 18th agenda. The Sebastopol rezoning, not pre-zoning, will rezone 2 properties consistent with the general plan. Next slide, please. The properties are currently within the RR40, or Rural Residential Zoning District, which is not consistent with the general plan land use. Again, there is no new development proposed. Next slide, please. Here's an overhead view of the properties. The image on the left just kind of shows the neighborhood context there. You can see it's adjacent to Courtside Village and that single family residential small lot residential development. And then the image on the right are the 2 properties. The one on the left is currently operating with commercial uses. Those uses would be grandfathered in. The property on the right is vacant and will be, would be able, as with the new zoning, could be developed with similar residential uses to the west of it. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry about that. Next slide. Thank you. Here's the general plan land use map for the designation. It's got a split designation. To most of the properties are designated as low density residential. The northern tip is designated open space, low density open space. That is kind of a flag to us that there may be some tiger salamander out there, and any future development would require some additional review. Next slide, please. This project first came to us in 2018. In 2019, the project scope was revised and the area doubled in size. Another neighbor decided to join on. We had a neighborhood meeting in November 2019, and in May of 2020, the Planning Commission approved a resolution recommending to the council approval. Next slide, please. This project again is consistent with the general plan land use and our general plan land use designation, and is found therefore in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Next slide, please. There were no issues identified as part of staff's review. We did receive some comments inquiring about allowable density, which would be 2 to 8 units per acre. The caller did not express any concern with that. And there was somebody who was concerned about feral cats on the vacant site. Next slide, please. With that, it is recommended by the Planning Commission and the Planning and Economic Development Department that the council by ordinance rezone the properties at 3991 and 3995 Sebastopol Road into the R16 single family residential zoning district for general plan consistency. Next slide. That concludes my presentation. And again, if there's anybody out there that has some questions for me, you can reach me at this email or phone number, and I'm available for questions, and I believe my applicant is also on the line.
Thank you, Susie, for that presentation. Council, any questions of staff? Seeing none, I am missing a gavel, but I would be pounding that gavel, opening the public hearing. So the public hearing on item 15.2, this rezone of the properties at 3991 and 3995 Sebastopol Road to the R16 zoning district is now open. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You will have 3 minutes. Madam Host, would you facilitate the public comment portion of this public hearing, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Will do. to restate, we are taking public comment on item 15.2, public hearing for rezoning the properties at 3991 and 3995 Sebastopol Road. To raise your hand via Zoom, if you're dialing in by phone, dial *9. Mayor, I'm seeing no hands raised. Can we move along to the voice message public comments?
Please do.
Thank you. There were no voice message public comments, nor were there any email and e-comment public comments submitted.
Okay, not seeing or hearing anyone wishing to address the council on this item, I will now close the public hearing. Mr. Rogers, you have this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think from our public comments, we can tell that people think that this is the cat's meow. So I will move the ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code, reclassifying and rezoning two properties located at 3991 and 3995 Sebastopol Road to the R16 Single Family Residential Zoning District, file number PRJ 18-018, and waive further reading of the text.
I second that.
We'll give that second to Mr. Dowd. I think I heard it first.
He just liked the joke, that's all.
Oh, I'm sorry, there was a joke in there? Okay, with that, any additional comments? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, could we please do a roll call vote?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Olivares.
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Vice Mayor Fleming and Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Great, thank you so much for that item. We have no written communication. On to item 17, public comment on non-agenda matters. So we're now taking public comments on item 17, non-agenda matters. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. Dialing in via telephone, please dial *9. Madam City Host, would you like to facilitate item 17?
Will do. As the mayor stated, now's the time for public comment on item 17, non-agenda matters. Dial *9 if you're participating by telephone, or raise your hand via Zoom. Mayor, I see no additional hands being raised. Can we move along to the voice message public comment?
Absolutely, thank you.
Public comment on non-agenda items. This is Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. I'd like to talk with you about the deliberate disadvantaging of roads on the west side. Apparently, the way roads are repaired is they save up until they get enough money for different projects. But that leaves west side residents with roads that are potholes, totally messed up for years on end without anything going forward, while city staff waits to build up enough money for a project that may be bigger somewhere else. How about please repairing Hughes Avenue in Roseland? How about repairing Barham Avenue, Corby Avenue, McMinn Avenue, Burbank Avenue? There's so many roads that need this help right now. Please help us every step of the way. We need better roads, but we're not getting them.
Mayor, there were no email comments nor e-comment public comments submitted for non-agenda.
Okay, thank you for that. Seeing no other items on the agenda, we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you all for your attendance and participation.